It's a Michigan throwdown here tonight at the NACE Star League. We've got Ferris State, a team we've actually covered quite a few times now during our fall 2023 season, versus Kettering, a group that you and I both are familiar with, Mason, but over the years, they've gone through quite a couple changes in their roster. So for tonight, I'm pretty excited. What are your thoughts on this matchup today?
Yeah, it's the face of collegiate. Sometimes your team just doesn't stay together for 17 years. They switch up, and that's the cool thing about collegiate, though. You're going to meet a lot of new faces. People come and go. I'm almost done with my tenure, so I know that it's a lot of people think that, or like thought that I've been a part of the collegiate scene for like 7 years or something ridiculous, like as long as the game's around. I'm like, no, I've only been in for 3, but I seem like an old head anyway because I talk to everybody and whatever the case is. I think I've played like 17 different Kettering rosters, not against Ferris State, but maybe one day I'll get that chance before I graduate here in December. But I think we're gonna have a couple fun matches tonight, John. Obviously, Kettering and Ferris State taking each other on in our first match of the night, but then following in our, kind of secondary match, we've got Cincinnati taking on Marietta College, which is another state off. First off, you've got the Michigan versus Michigan school, and then you've also got Ohio versus Ohio, so battling for their own territories will be both of these teams. I think we're going to have a very solid night, and if it's anything, like last week that we had, those banging 2-1 matches, maybe tonight could go the same as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially for the later game that'll be happening after our first match between Ferris and Kettering, there's a lot of issues that we saw in the gameplay of Cincinnati. I believe Botanic even reached out to you after the game to look for some improvement, to seek guidance, to try to improve going into next week. And for Marietta as well, they haven't actually won a game yet inside of NACE Star League, so that, of course, we'll touch on further throughout our evening. But, of course, we'll go back to the Michigan matchup that we've got today for our first best-of-3 series. That's Ferris State versus Kettering. We'll take a look at their rosters, see who their main 5 is, and if you're an old-school Kettering fan like I am, you might be surprised to see that Bucka has finally moved on to greener pastures. He's finally stepped out of collegiate. He's finished his degree, and now we've got Derp, Chuck, Mac, which I believe he's not playing today. I got that confirmed by Derp. I believe they have a substitute in for their best-of-3 matchup tonight. Prismo and B Monkey as well for their main 5. And then Ferris State, if you had seen the matchup from last week or even the week before that as well, you are very familiar with Roberts, Boss, Turbo, Freck, and Morrow. All phenomenal fraggers, especially in the entry department. But a big concern I had with them that I even brought up in Morrow just before we started today was their entry conversion, which, to what he quoted, he said instead of taking a specific look at the issues they had with entry conversion, they instead looked more towards the playstyle that Kettering gets themselves involved in, which is typically a little more methodical, but they can go more gun-focused if needed to. They focused more on trying to counter the team rather than necessarily looking at the minute issues that they had against St. Ambrose last week, which isn't really a bad option in my opinion.
No, I agree. I think it's always the best play to look at your opponents and see what you can dig up on them, what kind of information can you get, and that often sways the map bans the way that you go. If you notice that your opponents are a little bit more aggressive or maybe a little bit more passive, it may choose the way that you end up going for maps. It also depends on, say, if they're good or better on larger maps, if they're really taking their time on executes, maybe they're really slow. You want to go to bigger maps like Nighthaven or Bank or Clubhouse, forcing them to full clear, go for those late executes where a team may struggle, especially at this level of competitive play. You don't always see teams comfortable with that 15-10 second timer and everything starts to panic, the comms go crazy, and it ends up becoming more difficult for teams to win rounds on the attack. So that could sway the way, depending on what research they've done. Obviously, though, for Ferris State, there should be a lot of information that Kettering has dug up on them because we've seen them streamed the last couple weeks here on the NACE broadcast. So there's a lot of film, a lot of VOD and footage of Ferris State. So that's my one concern for them. Are they going to be able to keep up with how much Kettering may have?
And in terms of the rivalry that these two teams have had, both being from the same state, I talked to Morrow, a little bit further about that as well. He even brought up to me initially saying that they haven't won a single time against Kettering. And this year, they think they've got their chance. They think they've secured their golden ticket to finally get on the board. And maybe that could also be leaned a little bit more towards what maps we're heading to as well. We've got Oregon, Chalet, and Cafe to close things out in this best of 3, which, funny enough, I've seen Kettering play on all 3 of those maps. We've seen Ferris State play on Cafe a handful of times at this point as well, and I believe they're still flawless from what we've seen on stream inside of the NACE Star League, so that map really solid compromise for that decider map. And of seeing that in play tonight, Oregon is a map that's kind of a hit or miss for Kettering specifically because they've had a lot of strats they've tailored to this map specifically. And if a team isn't prepared for those kind of complexities, they could be completely crushed. However, if you've done your book work like Ferris State could have, given the fact they've played against this team several times beforehand, it might be something Kettering is looking to fall back on when in reality, it's kind of a double-edged sword.
If I look at the Kettering roster, obviously we had the roster graphic brought up. The most vetted player to my memory and knowledge from the Kettering varsity roster, their main roster, is Derp. So I expect them to be kind of that leading voice, that IGL, or maybe even just that primary gunner that Kettering is going to rely on. A lot of these players, I haven't had the opportunity to play against them. We've just deferred in leagues or maybe standings, whatever the case may be. We've not gotten those fun matchups. So as for the Kettering side, there's a lot of new faces, and after, despite their loss to JMU in grand finals last year, I expect them to pick it up. I expect them to be just as good. But as you mentioned, John, with new faces turning around the corner, Ferris State, they think they've got their best chance to beat Kettering this year. And after what we saw out of them last week, I do think that I could agree with them and see the same thing.
Really is an interesting storyline of Kettering last year. That was really the peak of their career inside of collegiate. They just came off of a really solid summer and spring season where they were kind of a top 4 team across all of collegiate. Then moving into the fall, they really upped the ante and they were getting into all these different finals positions inside of NACE, NECC, you name it. They were playing in that league and doing incredibly well. But unfortunately, JMU, this brand new team, had found such a major upset win against them back inside of Philadelphia, and that really began to set their entire hot streak inside of NACE Star League as a whole. And Kettering, since then, they've been a lot more quiet in the collegiate scene, so hopefully they could continue their hot streak against Ferris State in particular, which could maybe backpack themselves a potential chance into a really positive showing during the general playoffs instead of NACE Star League as a whole. But Ferris State, they've also been doing pretty well during this regular season, not losing a single game just yet. So they're kind of in the same position of Kettering where they're just looking to continue to ride this high wave until it eventually crashes, or maybe they'll just be able to get to the shoreline safely, no questions asked. It's Kitchen Dorms for the first bomb site with Kettering, doing a light extension down below in terms of a roam presence, but no major utility posted up down there.
It's very interesting seeing a Maverick ban on Oregon. When you look at the way that you go for these attacks, especially Master, it's very easy to still get that attic control, even with the Kaid or Bandit Claw or charges on the actual attic wall and that reinforcement. It's very easy to just go below or bring a Thatcher who is available. So I feel like the Maverick ban is just a bit of a waste from Kettering. I think there could have been another attacker had you done your homework against Ferris State, especially the Grim, who Turbo loves to bring out, could have been banned, and that may impact the way that Ferris State goes for their attacks. Instead, Kettering elect to stick with their comfort ban of the Maverick. Just not something you typically see every day, as Moro gets the opener. Already the Yana doing that early conversion and getting that entry pick. Now it just comes down to Ferris State closing out rounds.
Yeah, noticing there wasn't a lot of utility to slow him down from the white staircase, so he takes full initiative on that front. There's another kill going the way of Ferris State, but Kettering respond back. A quick resurgence by the defense racks them the man advantage by 1 player in this 3 versus 2. But a minute 30 left to go now for Ferris State. They still have a lot of utility to make ends meet. Turbo just waltzes into the bomb site, but Matt Mac is actually waiting for him. And funny enough, he's not in need of substitution tonight, so he'll be in full extension this time around with the CCSG shotgun, leaving just Boss now in a 1 versus 2 as he finds a quick pickup onto the Wamai just by the top of the armory staircase. Pretty challenging spot to be in, but he's got a lot of time to kill, so he'll try to spend some of those seconds gathering info and looking for opportunities to take these one-on-one gunfights against Kettering.
Yeah, it's an unlucky situation here for Boss. I wish that Turbo, instead of just running into the site or trying to jump in through the big window, would have waited for their teammate and just gone for that coordinated push. That would have gone way better off and potentially ended up in a round win scenario. Instead, now you're forcing Boss to try to clutch up a 1 versus 3. Doing a solid job so far, has already eliminated it to a 1 versus 2, but still has to fight 2 bodies. There's plenty of time to to take this one on the Jaeger. The Kaid with no help at all. I don't know where Mac is, but they definitely need to come and help the Jaeger out. Otherwise, you give a free pick like that up to Boss. And let's not slack on the hard support players here, John. They're very good, but Mac just turns at the right time, finds the kill on the Boss. Near disaster strikes for Kettering, but we're already getting into that conversation about that opening pick conversion for FSU. So far, not a great start for what they're trying to work on here.
Well, it was a really fast opening by Ferris, 2 direct one-on-one confrontations going their way, but after the dust settled, they realized, oh, we don't have enough utility to break this shield by trophy, which costed far too many bodies. I think Moro even tried rotating down below to come assist with his frag grenades, which ended up costing his life against the Jaeger, who was still down below, giving Kettering back that man advantage. And like you mentioned, with both the Grim and Ace so isolated, it was 2 separate fronts trying to be worked at the same time. Turbo didn't find any success hopping into the bomb site almost blindly in that position, leaving Boss in a pretty awkward confrontation with 2 separate guns turned against him, giving Kettering a round win altogether. Now to the basement floor bomb site in play, where the iconic Echo shotgun is back in play. Yeah. I haven't seen this one in a minute, but it's a warm welcome.
10 seconds remaining.
Let me tell you, John. Let me cook up a little story about the Supernova, okay?
Oh, here it is.
That gun's insane. That's it. That's the story. That gun will slap someone across an entire hallway, for all you know. That's why you see people with a Maru, even in Pro League, running the Supernova and just finding picks. It is a super deadly weapon. It's also great at making holes, rotates everything that you need. Derp with an opener against Moro all the way on small tower. Doesn't even need the Supernova or a shotgun at all. Just needs the P90, and that's plenty, especially against Moro, who unfortunately does lose that opener.
Oh, Yuriana gone. That's your only set of grenades. Given the fact that it'd be pretty difficult to use them regardless, though, because it's both Omai and Jaeger afoot for Kettering, still, something is always better than nothing. If you're able to coordinate that utility dump, or maybe even use the Thatcher EMPs above if they're in range of those gadgets to disable them, that also could go a long way as well. Again, Moro now gone. Not only a factor so far here for Ferris State. They do find a refrag onto Derp, though, so that Solus roaming above now no longer an issue. But there is still that meeting presence they're going to have to tussle with eventually, since you have the Abana for the hatches. So eventually they're going to have to clear out this position. They'll begin to drone first, not sacrificing any more bodies, giving Chuck the idea just to tuck tail and run, since the hatch is, well, already opened. If Ferris State can acknowledge that, they might be able to push through this second floor a little bit faster than expected and maybe already start the utility dump down below. But again, they're very limited on explosives, so they'll have to use this Capitao and Grim a lot more, I guess, liberally rather than you would expect if they had nades.
I have to really make sure they're watching their util usage. Especially, like you said, John, without anything like nades to kindle off an attack or find a pick or at least force a defender out of position. Instead, you're going to be relying on the bees from Turbo and the fire arrows from Freck to try to deal with some of these bodies. And you hear one of them get zapped up by a Womitis. That's also going to lock out the attack for going for their execute for at least another 15 to 20 seconds as the fire continues to burn on the floor. Kettering, they're comfortable. They're sitting tight, but all of a sudden, Freck finds a pick. Prismo, though, could go huge, swinging in a freezer, finds Freck, and now it comes down to Turbo, looking to retake this control inside a freezer. Lots of Kettering defenders ready to be swarmed inside of Supply. What shot by Bombkey! I told you the Supernova could take someone out across the hallway. It basically just did. Mac and Bombkey last alive. Holding off against Roberts, and a shotgun again, John. I told you it's insane, and there it is.
Massive range with the Supernovas. Bombkey's good for 2. That's crazy range. I don't even think he had the laser sight on that gun either, so the pellet spread is not as tight as you would expect it to be. Again, Ferris State, sure, they were able to refrag that man advantage, but when you already have a handful of drones destroyed, half the drone economy was basically withered away in that minute marker of the round. And with Derp, still able to find that first initial kill onto your only set of nades, even though he got refragged, that's still a much better outcome for Kettering as a whole, because they've wasted time, they've burnt your resources, they won a valuable pick, and all they've got to do now is just fall back and play on the bomb site, where Ferris State still had so much of that basement floor to clear out. they weren't able to get the right kind of map control to have a multifaceted attack. They had just Laundry and Freezer, and that was already being, keenly guarded by Kettering. So good job to them for not overstaying their welcome on the top floor and just knowing when to back off and play sight.
Kettering now going to their tertiary bomb site against Ferris State. It's the best opportunity for FSU to get on the board on attack. Of course, Oregon defense is staply known for being rather easy inside of R6. It's just the bomb sites tend to favor the defense a little more, the way the extensions go through. If you're an attacking team that struggles to deal with clearing utility, which Kettering is very good at playing behind, then you will see that teams struggle a little bit more in going for their attacks, especially here on Oregon. So if you're not ready to deal with all of the utility and be able to execute with maybe 30 or 40 seconds left and not as much utility in your pockets as you might like, then yeah, you will definitely struggle here on the small close quarter combat map of Oregon. Freck looking to find a wallbang inside of Attic with this early control up main. Doesn't find the mark, but at least gets rid of a bulletproof and scares off one of the Kettering defenders.
And it burned away. Selma's going off in the background. New angle here for the attack. Funny enough, it is the dining room objective, which I forgot was actually more of a preference here for Kettering. But Freck, a beautiful shot landed, connects onto the head of Derp, sparking off this potential rush into the bomb site. He's got to worry about that hatch presence. Chuck, a beautiful angle, gets rid of the Ying, and no more spearhead attack for Ferris State. They've completely halted because of this problem up above, and now they're forced to deal with it head on. You see that lurk begin to build up by the armory staircase, a flash going off, trying to disorient Chuck as long as they can to maybe have someone rotate and deal with this Aruni. But he's just playing off the natural cover. He knows he's in such a power position, and if Ferris State don't try to confront him above, he's got case control, and that's all he has to do for the entire round if they don't fight him.
Ferris State, I mean, you have to deal with that DMR. It's going to chip away at your toes. Robert does a little bit of damage. Bomb Key falls, trying to dive into the bomb site, and all of a sudden, Ferris State, their attack continuing to sputter after failing to take any control. And you just can't do that on Oregon. Did they forget about the Aruni on the hatch? I mean, Chuck has been there the whole round, and it seemed like Ferris State completely forgot. Chuck has found 3 kills now from the meeting hatch. Morrow at least denies the vertical play from Bomb Key, but Chuck is still on the attic hatch. Morrow on a sliver of HP. Anything in their direction will drop them to the floor. You can hear the Aruni pounding their feet above as they are a 3 armor and make plenty of noise, but Morrow cannot find the shots, and Chuck with 4 kills standing on 1 hatch in just about the same 3 cubic feet of an area finds 4 kills. What a blunder by Ferris State.
Flawless rotation by Kettering so far on their defensive half, and like you mentioned, a major blunder to simply ignore Chuck playing above. We saw for a second someone trying to rotate back in the lobby, and I thought, okay, they're going to try to challenge this player above. That's the right call to make, so you don't have to worry about the hatch presence and can go back to playing into the site and trying to get that plant down. But eventually they just gave up on that and just tried to fully commit into the bomb site, which not only granted Chuck more kills in that round, but also there were people still watching in the site for the breach rush. So even then, it was just 2 different pincer attacks by Kettering that were simply never dealt with, and because of that, Ferris State are now down by 3 massive rounds in this first half.
It's almost like Ferris State got flustered after they realized that the Aruni was on the hatch, and they're like, well, okay, there's a guy up there. There's probably someone still sitting upstairs on, like, the dining hatch to support them, or at least holding the trophy. So there's only 3 in sight. However, your Ying just died, so that's your real kindler for your attack, right? Your attempt to entry into the site. But also, there's vertical angles that can be made into kitchen from kids anyway. Freck with a wall bag on a barbecue. That is extremely unlucky for the Kettering defender. However, we've seen now 3 opening kills to 1 for Kettering. And Ferris State driving those opening kills in momentum just as they have in weeks prior, but their failure to convert and find round wins after getting the opener, even most of the openers untraded. The only opening pick that's been traded was Kettering finding the trade, or was Ferris State finding the trade after they were opening picked by Derp in round number 2. So Ferris State have been doing a great job at finding uncontested opening picks, but then failing in the mid-round to do anything to stop Kettering and displace them from their hard anchor positions.
It's just knowing when to slow down and adapt against Kettering's defense, because we've seen, again, those 5-on-3 positions favoring Ferris State, but then they continue to up the aggression, and it backfires. It costs them too many bodies. We're in that same position once again after a nade is tossed out at just the right time by Freck. There's Moro as he shuts down Prismo, leaving 2 defenders left, and one of them is severely injured. Derp is just on a fraction of HP, and he's got to worry about the white staircase and the big window all at the same time, with no one to really assist. They know he's behind the bomb chassis inside the kids' room, leaving just one more player left to find, and they're off the bomb site. They get rid of Moro, but again, that's more info provided for the offense to better enter into this objective and try to play for that plant. Since Boss still has a diffuser, he'll eventually hop in, maybe looking to confirm this into a post-plant position, but until he does that, he waits on his teammate to rotate to cover that potential plant. But there's a wide swing by Chuck. Nice headshot landed, the ace gone, but there's Freck, immediate refrag, leaving us with just the Mamai in the back of kids' room. Spots the player of the Grim, hopping in, that's Turbo, looking to re-aggress. But every single attacker is playing so passive. They want Chuck to make that first move so they can play off this man advantage. As Roberts gets the plant down, that's just more and more pressure being built up in this 4th round. As Chuck now looking to cross, he knows there's one player prone inside of the bomb site, but he's worried about that top white position. Grim detected, but not enough shots landed to kill that player just around the corner. And there it is. Finally, Ferris State, on their reattempt on this top floor bomb set attack, they'll secure a win against Kettering.
Took them some time, but they finally found more than one pick, and they were able to get a mid-round win, which was so crucial. They were able to convert and turn over those kills into their own favor. Although they stalled a little bit towards the end, once they had that man advantage, Kettering did start to fight back. You saw Chuck and Derp both trying to fight their way through. Derp, unfortunately, on such low HP, not able to be as aggressive on some of those angles. Maybe Kettering have a better opportunity and a better chance to win the round if they aren't brought down to such low HP. However, Chuck tried to do their best to fight through, but in the end, when your teammate's on low HP, you're the max HP man, you have to try to make all those big man plays to find those kills. Unfortunately, just not able to happen for Chuck in that round, but still a pretty impressive scoreline through 4 rounds thus far, sitting at 7-3 atop of the team. So nothing to write home about just yet for Kettering. They're still looking solid. Losing 1 or 2 defenses on Oregon, pretty standard and pretty normal here.
I would say it's more on the ball of Ferris State to, best case scenario, find a 3-3 half, as that is still possible currently in the round count. And for Kettering, of course, that wouldn't be a major deal for them, but of course it is better to find that 4-2 half or even a 5-on-1 split, depending on how unavailable your adaptability is as an attacking team. There's Mora once again on that consistent entry department here. 4-4 so far in the first half on this Iana. To maybe close the gap against that first line of defense via the cap can, and there it is. Spotting that it is actually a Russian operator, they'll start looking for those EDDs, but of course they still need to worry more so about the players that are gun up in this second floor. Eventually, after the Capkin's been located, Mora will try to push off of that map control he's gained by pulling the player inside a kitchen and look to confront the Zaruni before they drop down. But that DMR, it's oh so strong at that mid to long range distance, granting a trade here for Kettering and still a lot of presence inside a meeting hall.
Moro, I mean, you saw the bullets, you saw the pre-fire from Kettering, yet you still decided to swing into it, and here we go again. Ferris State throwing away lives like they're not important. I don't know why Freck and Moro are going for these heroic plays. Their team is just not ready to clear. They don't even have meeting hall control, and you've lost your entries, you've lost your Thatcher, now your ace goes to the ground. Ferris State, what are you guys doing? Turbo in a 1 versus 4 gets double swung by Kettering. Very well played by the defense. Gotta attribute Kettering on just a solid job of holding their ground, not falling back to the site, and giving control up to Ferris State, which they thought that they had.
Now, I see the vision, of course. Ferris State, they're realizing, oh, there's rumors above, there's going to be less bodies on the bomb site, and there's really no utility that's going to give away our intentions of walking down white stairs. Or I shouldn't say white, I should say freezer stairs. It's directly underneath white. Besides the point. they're trying to look for these, potential, massive plays that are going to change how the rest of the round pans out. But Kettering hasn't been falling for any of these kind of heroic plays. It's just been one-on-one confrontations favoring Kettering, and then you still have to deal with the initial problem. For example, back in round number 3, Chuck was the initial threat in that round, to which Bears tried to ignore it, and they still lost and had even more bodies dropped against them by Chuck. And well, that's unfortunate. But besides the point, not only was that the problem back in round number 3, but going into just that last round, Mason, you saw the same thing. Chuck was playing up above as a Rooney. He killed one player, and then the rest of the offense was like, well, maybe we ignored the top floor. Maybe we just go down below and hit sight. And then 2 other bodies got dropped. And then they just went back to plan A, which was killing Chuck, which at that point he had backup by his teammates because he knew that no one really needed to play down below to anchor. So everyone needs to be on the same wavelength of, if you're able to secure that first entry kill, have more people back up that entry player, or else you're going to continue to leave yourself isolated to other gunfights that are going to happen throughout the rest of the round, because that's what we've seen almost every single time. A gunfight's been won, and then there's a trade later in the round because no one can play off that man advantage.
A little more teamwork, a little bit tighter play would definitely favor Ferris State on their attacks. But we'll go to a break. We'll give it a few minutes to get ourselves back into the lobby. We'll see you all in just a few. we're finally back in. It was a pretty quick rehost, John. It's not the worst we've had to live through. But Ferris State, obviously down 1-4. A little bit of Wi-Fi trouble never hurt anybody. Kettering, unfortunately, some of their impressive stat lines have been ruined as the rehost has removed any sort of stats that were on the board. But Ferris State looking to try to get their second round on the attacking side of Oregon here against Kettering University. This would be a big one to win. However, last time on Kitchen Dining, they struggled. They fumbled heavily to Chuck, who simply sat on the meeting hall hatch. So I expect Ferris State to completely reimagine their attacking strategy. Hopefully all through the west side of the map, working their way showers across for a nice little dining plant. That would be so lovely, wouldn't it?
I was going to say, like you mentioned, perhaps more of a small tower-focused attack instead. More specifically, though, despite them not having any vertical operators, maybe having some more emphasis on the top floor could be very viable, as a majority of the plant spots that are on these two bomb sites can be denied via that verticality. There's only one, and that's behind the couches inside a dining room that can't really be denied by vertical. But if you have someone in the opposing bomb site like Kitchen, they can just simply, cover the walk-in, and that's no longer going to be an issue. There's Mora once again, who's been still on that entry department, finding a kill onto Chuck, the primary hero last time we saw Dining in play. But the main issue that Ferris State are still looking to challenge head on is this Azami playing up above inside a small tower with this fortress developed via the Kiba barriers. They've got info on her. They've spotted her at face value quite a few times, but they haven't really taken charge to kill her just yet until you see Moro stepping in, denying a lot of areas this zombie could be playing in. Flash is coming out, giving away his position, and now Boss isn't here to assist because he's got to worry about the big window. These are two very isolated attackers right now that could be dealt with swiftly, but with a drone bait, that grants a kill for Moro. And Freck, the same thing transpires, but across the top floor over by big window, leaving just Matt, Mac, and Bombkey left to try to hold off in this 2 versus 4.
That was very, very well done by Ferris State. I love highlighting good drone work and good refrag of the drone work by teams. Ferris State did an excellent job there where someone, I don't know exactly who it was, it may have been Turbo, sent a drone into top small tower in which Mora was able to refrag and trade the life because the Azami was too focused on shooting the drone and ended up losing their life to the actual player. That's the danger that happens when you're looking at the floor and trying to shoot a small speck on the ground versus a giant forehead in the name of Yana. But 60 seconds left on the board. Ferris State looking to make their entry. Boss is in and actually does begin to get the diffuser down. So far, Kettering, it seems like they have no idea that the bomb has gone down until now. The game has now alerted that Kettering has to retake a 4-on-2. Ferris State are in excellent post-plant positions to finish this round out.
Yeah, an awkward spot for Kettering to claw out of. They've got some info to work off of, but unfortunately, it's not going to matter. Turbo and Moro winning their separate one-on-one confrontations. Turbo guarding that shower hallway of any potential flanks, and Moro, while they're handing over that diffuser, giving Ferris State a fighting chance as they move on to the defensive half in a 2-4 split, which is incredibly common for Oregon. So although we've had a couple of close calls where Ferris State didn't really look like they were prepared for Kettering's defensive setups, the round count, it speaks a completely different story that if they can also win their 4 default rounds, they've got a fighting chance.
It's a very solid round for Ferris State on the attack, especially after the rehost. It gets a little bit of momentum for yourself and also transitions yourself nicely into the defensive side. Moro with 3 very big, impactful kills and continuing to do so on the entry. I mean, Freck and Moro so far in the game, 3-2, or I'm sorry, 5-1 on entry between the 2 of them. 3 for Moro and 2 for Freck. So they are playing very well at a high level, especially in the early rounds. So it's important to make sure that we take note of that here between these 2 teams. And Kettering, hopefully on their attacking side, they can begin to find some momentum in the opening and early part of the round so that they can have a better chance of going for those later executes.
Fair State, their lineup doesn't really look too different from what we saw brought by Kettering, besides the emphasis on Warden. However, with Fair State, bringing out the Ying once in a while, they can also realize the potency of her, used against them rather than with them on their team. So having that precautionary measure is always a good sign. Not only that, but got a lot of HP being a 3 armor, got a Nitro Cell, a really solid gun. So Warden doesn't necessarily hurt to be brought out 9 times out of 10, given how little utility matters compared to previous seasons past for the defense. But speaking of the utility on the offensive side, already have that Ash charge going off, allowing the Ace to open up that main wall if there is only a Mute Jammer inside of it. There comes the walk up by the Warden, and it's swiftly denied by Prismo, holding a nice caught-up angle with the help of that information via a drone. And there was an 8 kill collected as well across the map by Derp, which if you didn't know, Gridlock recently has received those fragmentation grenades, so she's kind of a utility unit, so to speak of. So Kettering returning the favor with a swift 2-1 lead in the man advantage, and just looking to kind of reset, gather more info before pressing onward.
Turbo takes a licking of damage inside of Attic, trying to fight off that player swinging top main. That's Prismo on Finka. Thankfully, they're able to juice themselves back up to full HP, or just nearly, and also give Derp an extra bullet or 2 of help should they need it in a later engagement. You've got Roberts down below looking to contest with a couple bodies, but a nice refrag played out by Bomb and Key. Now last alive is boss inside of Kids. They know exactly where he is. Chuck finds the kill on the rarely ever ran FAMAS. But it's a very nice attacking start round here for Kettering University. They get themselves on the board and go up 5-2 over Ferris State.
Derp continuing to be in that entry department, this time in a much better light, given the fact it's not him dead, but instead finding a grenade kill on the Gridlock, which it is a little interesting to see more of an entry-focused player on the Gridlock, because you might think, well, wouldn't you want to be a faster operator than someone who's a 3 armor? Well, again, you've got a lot of your own self-sufficient utility that can be used to either burn ADSs or magnets, cover your flank, because that's what tracks are primarily used for a majority of the time when bringing out a Gridlock. And you've got those grenades. So if someone's droning for you, you can also bring out those grenades to find a kill vertically, or after burning through some utility, then just, again, hucking a frag and getting rid of a power spot that you'd have to deal with as that first line of attack. So all things considered, it does make a little sense once you put more thought to it when bringing out the Gridlock, not only for the nades, but also just having someone on that entry role to play her.
5 seconds to go.
I like the new addition of Gridlock nades. It's nice because it's another set of nades on the attacking lineup, which I think was desperately needed. And we know that grenades have been fairly strong, and Ubisoft has been trying to figure out a way to tweak nades to be not OP, but also be very solid. And so bringing them back to Finka, I think we'll start to see, again, a lot of Finka played, especially with the spear being a strong weapon. And honestly, LFG's still not really that awful. They're definitely not as potent and broken as they were before. You'll see the spear brought much more often, but there are still a couple players who can handle the beast of the LFG. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a little bit more of that played as well. You've got Terp over here on the big window now, lurking about. We've also got Chuck playing this devious upside-down rappel on a Master. Anyone behind a shield inside a trophy certainly could fall trap to the victim of the upside-down rappel, which you barely see the hat of your opponent, but they'll see the entire face of yours. And Chuck does that, just that to Terp. Wow. That's insane. Wow, I manifested that.
I would not be holding that nasty of an angle with an F2, but he's letting that thing sing in a good way, not the ironic way of being like, oh, he's letting his gun sing because he can't aim at all. So far, Chuck has been pretty clinical with the F2 in these past couple of rounds, and the rest of Kettering looking to bounce off of that too. The main breach opened up not too far after we saw that first entry transpire from Kettering, and again, more info being gathered. Kettering are not afraid to take their time to be fully prepared before they hop right in the lion's den. However, Ferris State, with the help of the Valkyrie Black Eye cameras, they're not completely unaware as to what's going down in this next minute 15, allowing Mora to pop up, find a nice kill on the bomb key, slowing things down just a little bit. We still have to worry about that back presence as well. There's Matt Mac through the breach, getting rid of Moro, and advantage back in the favor of the offense here in this final minute. And they've got a solid chance of planting this diffuser, but the only problem is not only the wide swing from Freck, but also the nitro cells that are still available to the defense Mason, as there's 2 left.
The Freck finds the head of Prismo. Ferris State still fighting their way back in this round. Boss and Freck, though, they're both at that 50 HP or less mark, just 75 health in their pool, respectively. While Kettering, they're still working max HP, and you've got that vetted fragger of Derp sitting atop of the white stairs looking to find his body inside of the kids' dorms. Freck with a free fire. Good black eye information. You can see every single member of Ferris State pinging their opponents for their last two defenders to find that information. Matt Mack has entered inside of the game's breach and looks to get the diffuser down, but I think Kettering have to go for the kills considering there's 2 nitro cells on the board. You see that Derp walks in, takes a lick of damage, and now the diffuser begins to get planted. Derp with good coverage, but Freck's gonna land that nitro, and all you have to do is stay alive. Tiptoeing around the corner, Derp has the shot cut out, and Freck stays alive long enough, bearing the the attacker rather, barreling down inside a kid's dorms, and Ferris State will win their third round in the match.
Close call there between both Kettering and Ferris State, but again, like we both mentioned, those nitro cells really came into full effect. Not only that, but because there was no acknowledgement of those black eye cameras, that also netted a couple extra kills for the Valkyrie as well, which brought the man advantage a little bit closer to what Ferris had to already deal with on their defensive side, meaning there were less bodies to cover for someone, you know, wide swinging with a C4 in their hand rather than being gun up. So that also gave more opportunities for Ferris State to take more advantageous gunfights in that round and also use their utility instead of picking between one or the other. So good job by Ferris State for acknowledging when they had to get aggressive and also when they need to fall back and play for time with their nitro cells.
Ferris State, their first attempt of defending the basement now. This is a site that traditionally sees better win percentages than dorms, but a lot of teams elect to go with that top site first just to experiment with it and see how it goes. There's a lot of different ways that teams like to defend the basement. You see Kettering with kind of the older strategy of opening up that meeting hatch, reinforcing the attic hatch, and playing a little bit more of an extended roam, trying to find picks. It worked well in their favor, but Ferris State instead going for the much more traditional and commonly seen bunker play, just trying to win the execute in the late round that Kettering will inevitably set up for. The issue is, those nades are definitely going to make it more difficult for Ferris State to stay comfortable unless Turbo plays some very, very key Wamai discs, most notably in the back tower side of things, like on the back tower stairs, to defend that player on pillar.
Syria Gate currently blocking the entryway that Derp was going to use to close the gap between these defenders above, but luckily it's a two-pronged assault by the offense to look for these roamers that are up above. However, with the Inox scanner giving away so much valuable info to the attack, it's better for Ferris State to simply fall away and not risk losing a body early on. So a couple Inox scanners utilized and sacrificed, but in about a minute's time, that does grant the rest of the map to their disposal. So a pretty fair trade, if I say so myself, for Kettering. And again, as Ferris State claims it, they don't have any bodies dropped in the round so far. The first confrontation starts over by Freezer, but Derp can't seem to find the shots landed by that pixel angle, and a recontention is found, but this time it's via the Warden of Moro. He downs Prismo and tags Derp pretty high up as well, and is keeping them at bay. There might be a chance to res Prismo, and eventually that does come into fruition, but it's currently a standstill right now between the offense and defenders trying to work their way between this Freezer position. Derp finally springs up with the first official kill of this round, but it's Turbo to swiftly respond back. So although you've lost your Warden, it's not the worst case scenario here for Ferris State, but eventually they re-lose that advantage as Bombkey, right behind his teammates, will find yet another important frag in this round, leaving us with just a minute left and Ferris State back in the disadvantage.
Kettering definitely driving this round. However, a massive issue has all of a sudden surfaced. That freezer shield, that hallway shield, has to be dealt with. It is. Thankfully, you've got Prismo still with those 2 Ash breaching charges in pocket. Uses one of those to dispatch that shield, allowing Bomb and Key to work their way forward. Chuck finds an opening kill into the backside of the site now, onto Freck. The C4 goes through. It does not find its mark. The Kaid giving away their position. You've got Roberts rotating through elbow and now stuck inside of blue in a 1 versus 4. They find the kill on a Bomb and Key, but Chuck with a swift refrag. Kettering with a very nice attacking round, solidifying themselves onto match point here for map number 1.
Kettering, although things were a little rough at first over by the freezer position, they were still able to not only have a lot of control in that general area and winning their first initial gunfights, but also still having a, back stairs and E-box presence, which is usually kind of ignored when you're putting your initial attack over by freezer. Instead, it's going to be your freezer and laundry positions that you put a majority of your player base on. But with Kettering diversifying, that also made the rest of Ferret State's job a little more taxing, because now you can't see to have people like your Smoke, for example, get more proactive on that side of the map because they're worried about someone just dropping the hatch and getting site control. So it left Ferret State with a lot of problems happening all at the same time. And with that being Kettering's main plan of attack, they were already comfortable in that position and were just simply playing off the man advantage at that point. Kettering now look at the advantage of map point here on Oregon, as they need one more solid position to close us out and bring us to Chalet with a map in their pocket.
Hopefully we'll see Ferris State with a little bit more of an aggressive defensive posture. They sat very far back in the site, and they gave Kettering a lot of ground, and even gave Kettering the opening pick, although they had the initial engagement win by downing Prismo, who was recently playing the Ash, now swapped over to the Jackal. They're with a little bit of aim labs onto their teammate. I don't know exactly what's going on over there, but I like some of the aggression that we're already seeing from Ferris State. You saw a run out just a second ago, trying to start getting some of that momentum back in their favor as this rumbling Kettering attack just continues to hound away at Ferris State. You've got Freck inside a meeting hall, Moro, the other entry duo, working at the top of main stairs. This is a great way for Ferris State to potentially throw Kettering off guard. However, you got to deal with this deep roam clear that Kettering is going through, and that's mostly led off of Prismo, who's working the top floor now with a drone.
Of course, this is going to waste a little more time for Kettering since they still have to put a lot of attention on the basement floor. But this does leave peace of mind that there's no one trying to flank above, use those hatches like the attic position to their advantage. So might as well start in the right direction, then kind of work your way from there. Looks like for Kettering, they might have some suspicion there's still someone roaming down below, and that will be the case. There's some presence between both meeting and split side, and eventually that will cost Freck his life. Prismo waiting for him, I believe it was up above perhaps, will get that first opening kill for Kettering, and the rally call that the rest of the top and middle floor is up for grabs, allowing them to try and continue their job in terms of getting these hatches opened up. But with a Cade and a lack of EMPs, they can't get E-Box, so they'll have to probably go for more of a lobby and freezer focus attack, and maybe only having one person lurk down the back stairs. And because of that E-Box position being completely reinforced, Moro was looking to aggress before that freezer walk-in happened, but he was spotted by a drone, forcing him to fall back and keeping Kettering in a safe spot.
Losing Freck early does not bode well for Ferris State at all. Derp looking to throw a couple nades deep, get rid of those shields, and potentially deal with some of these Ferris State players. Moro is going to be tasked with a major job in denying any sort of execute with flashbangs or any sort of candelas that can be brought out by Kettering. There is no Ying on the board, however, so instead it's going to be mostly due with the 1.5 from Moro. Turbo as well, playing well recently in this match, but has slowed down a little bit since then. 30 seconds left on the clock, and all Kettering need to do is find their opening and entry into the site, and that could be based off of Derp or Chuck, who goes down the back tower stairs, but is felled by Roberts.
There's an injure going out through between a single door, I believe it to be. Derp on the boss. There's Turbo finding at least a quick response on the Matt Mac, and there it is, a second one collected by the Lamai, but they're very injured. Same thing, though, for Derp. Pretty even position now with just 10 seconds left to go. There is diffuser controller for Kettering, but no safe position to plant that diffuser. Lack of info, but there it is. The 1-for-1's confirmed by Bombkey, but he's got to stick this plant. Roberts, no smoke babes to deny this. He'll have to charge him, and via the audio call by the rotate, the Gridlock will just get off that diffuser, not even try to stick it. I don't even think Roberts knew where that player was planting from besides Laundry as a whole. That might have been a fighting chance for Kettering, but they're not willing to risk it. Ferris State hold on for yet another round.
Yeah, I mean, Roberts had actually a chance of winning that round. I mean, more than likely, they would have been able to just walk through the Laundry rotate and find that pick since the Gridlock was planting so close. But I never like to see someone on the attack give up that easily. We had a play last week, John, on Nighthaven Labs, in which the defender whiffed their shots on the planter, and well, the attack ended up winning that round.
Nighthaven game. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, we had one crazy, two crazy series, honestly, last week.
Yeah.
So, granted, it's pretty nuts, and there were some rounds and some plays that should not have been given up by either side in those matches, but who knows? Maybe that could have happened here instead. Kettering saving the KD, a little bit of a KD game. Sometimes you can't really argue, but it would have been nice to have seen Kettering stick that diffuser and maybe have a chance on the round. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. KD, a death is not as impactful as a potential round win. But I guess we move on. I guess we have to move on now. We go back to dorms, which Ferris State struggled to defend on their first time around, but then made the adjustments necessary to throw Kettering off their bounds. Now they have to do the same exact thing here again on dorms, and if they do, then they've got to go to the tertiary bomb site of either meeting kitchen or kitchen dining, and that's where Ferris State is really going to struggle to bring this round, or this match rather, into overtime.
Boss looking through the slits in the deployable shield, trying to maybe find someone who's overexposed to it. That's not the case, though. It's another upset and repel angle by Chuck. Unfortunately, the hop-in by Bomb Key to try to look for those mute jammers a little more effectively will cost him his life completely. Bit of a miscalculation there by Kettering. Will lose them the opener. And now it looks like Prismo's out hunting for blood. Maybe some vengeance as well thrown into the mix, but that Jaeger has already been well gone from Classroom. Seems like for the rest of Kettering, they'll just try to move back to what they were originally focusing on, which is getting that main breach opened up and having this gridlock play over by Big Window as this pseudo cutoff angle. With there being no ADSs by the window, he'll look to nade Roberts, forcing him out, and that's a free pickup for Kettering. Nice play off your own utility, and there it is. Gridlock and her self-sufficiency perfectly exemplified there by that one play.
Very nice trade out there. Kettering not out of this round yet. Derp with a nice headshot on a turbo, doing great work from the Big Window itself. Boss dies inside a trophy as Prismo picks up 2 with a failed team coverage from Ferris State. Moro last alive in a 1 versus 4. Matt begins to get that diffuser down, but quickly hops off, knowing they can reposition. But they're planning right there for Moro, who's on for 3 of the round. Would need to ace clutch if they want Ferris State to continue playing their map pick of Oregon here. 50 seconds on the clock, plenty of time for Kettering to grab the diffuser and reposition. However, Moro is working off of some sort of information. It's actually a black eye camera at the site, and that gives him the pre-fire, but he does not find the shots. Prismo gets that bomb down, so it's effectively a 2 versus 1, and Chuck finally finds the headshot necessary to take down the Jaeger. And Ferris State lose map number 1. Kettering University take them down 7-4 here on Oregon.
It is a map that Kettering is very familiar with at this point. I've seen them play this map on several different iterations of this team, and it looks like they are still as top-notch as ever. 4 defensive round wins and 3 on their attack as well, with pretty consistent entry conversions and also playing a solid trade game. I mean, they had it all. It was the jack-of-all-trades map for them, I suppose. So going into Chalet, a map they're also comfortable with, I'm sure their morale is pretty high. And again, for Ferris State, it's kind of the same problems that we talked about last week, where sure, their entry department is great, but trying to play off of that in the mid to late round, if they don't slow down, if they don't take their time and reset, then their advantage that they built up in the first minute 30 goes down the drain, costing them valuable rounds.
And Ferris State lost a lot of opening picks in their defensive half. They've got to step it up, and they've got to find a way to continue getting those openers and then converting those rounds into wins if they want a chance to defeat their in-state rival of Kettering University. We'll see if they can do so on the next map of Chalet just after this short break. Well, we're back with map number 2 between Ferris State and Kettering University here at the NACE Star League stream for Rainbow Six Siege. My name's Glimpse. Joining alongside me is Mr. Jonathan Fellow, your usual duo for these casts. And we just watched map number 1 transpire between Kettering and Ferris State, in which Kettering defeated their opponent on their own map pick of Oregon. And now we go to Chalet, which is Kettering's pick. And, John, they have a pretty solid history here. They're a really good team, and if memory serves me, they've always dominated on Chalet. There's something about Kettering and Chalet that just goes oh so good together, and maybe we'll see that again tonight.
For Kettering, they've always been a team that is so willing to have these really unorthodox strategies when it comes to picking default maps like Chalet or Oregon. They've always been really big advocates of Castle, for example, which Castle's really common on Chalet, but again, the willingness to bring him out with very utility-focused operators like Rooney as well, even having Tachanka once in a blue moon on both Oregon and Chalet. On a map like Chalet, it really does benefit to have those kind of operators that benefit to longer confrontations, because you see a lot of extensions that happen on the map of Chalet, and we've also seen for Ferris State the willingness to turn a blind eye to some of those extensions on Oregon. So if we see the same thing transpire on Chalet, then this is, again, a pretty solid reason as to why Kettering probably picked this map. It's something they're comfortable on, and if they realize their opponents are going to just ignore them, well, they can capitalize off of that. And we've already seen that happen in game today.
Ferris State have said that they did some homework on their opponents. Hopefully they've done their homework against Kettering, allowing them to pick Chalet being one of their better maps. Typically, it's not preferred that goes that way, but maybe it falls right into Ferris State's trap, their map plan here in NACE. But other things we're doing at NACE, we're doing a lot of really cool things, and one cool thing in partnership with Ubisoft at NACE, we are doing the Meet the Schools video series here, where we're essentially featuring schools actively involved within the Rainbow Six Siege community. And if your school has a strong competitive program or a vibrant community, make sure that we want to hear from you here at NACE Star League. Make sure that you submit and you go to that link, playfly.com/rainbow-6. Maybe you'll be featured here in the Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege Meet the Schools video series by NACE Star League. I think it's going to be a really cool thing, John, once we finally do get to see it. As we hop straight into Chalet, Ferris State will begin on the defense, Kettering on the attack.
Again, we talked about the splits for Kettering and Ferris State back on Oregon. Kettering had, I'd say, again, a very default showing on Oregon for their defensive side. It was on the attack where they really went above and beyond, not only being consistent in the entry department, but also not necessarily giving away a lot of advantages. Everyone just kind of seemed to be on the same page. Again, once this trophy players dealt with when we're attacking kids, let's get some pressure by big window and all try to push in at the same time while there's cutoffs being held. Let's make sure there's no one down below for, plant denial, which that only happened once, and it was Morrow killing one individual planter when there were still 3 bodies up after the dust had settled in that one particular instance. So it's really on the ball for Ferris State to make sure on their defensive side they are able to keep up with the pacing that Kettering has provided, like we just saw in the last map. And I believe you even mentioned that a little bit earlier as well, Mason, before we got into the op ban phase, which is pretty similar so far to what we saw in Oregon besides the Nook ban. That's the only major difference we're seeing right now.
Yeah, instead of the Maverick, we see the Nook off the board. I don't know Kettering, at least in this recent team, like their newest roster that they're debuting this year. I don't know if they're a big OSA team or a Ferris State or just OSA haters with the continuous and consistent OSA ban. But on maps like Oregon and Chalet, I just don't feel like I see OSA used consistently enough to where she is strong enough to warrant a ban. The only map that I really see OSA being strong enough to warrant a ban is Border, in my opinion. Maybe Skyscraper. Some teams like to run OSA on Sky, but Border is a map that she is definitely much stronger on. And a map like Chalet, you leave up operators like Brava, who are really strong against teams that play a lot of util. Ferris State, maybe not one of those teams, but Kettering definitely could look into getting rid of someone like the Brava. because of how much util they like to put down. And like John, you said, they're wonky strategies that they go off of and do work, but if it's disrupted by that Brava, then maybe it ends up punishing you. Nook, I think, is somewhat typical for Chalet, but even then, a little bit of a questionable ban because there's not a lot of sneaky places you can get into with that Hue presence.
Nook definitely not as strong as she once was, but when you've got so much on the map to worry about, sometimes it's best to just have that Nook off the board and not really worry about a lurk downstairs, as it's not as common when she is unavailable to the attacker's use. Fair State beginning their defensive site setup on Bar and Games, where they also have an extension up above. A couple of roamers running about as well by the office and solar side of the map. And already a first gunfight and a one-tap by Prismo as the Warden will be set 6 feet down under. Beautiful shot landed via the gridlock. And now it looks like for Fair State, they are going to have to probably try to find some sort of gamble pick later in the round and hopefully try to play off of this utility as well. But with there being 2 sets of flashes and a Capitao, it would have been really valuable to keep that Warden alive, Mason.
That's the good old-fashioned stink rat one-tap that we love, John. You shoot a little bit of the magazine, and then you find the heady. That's stink rat, baby. Sorry, he's a fun content creator to watch. Like if you like Escape from Tarkov and stuff. Just figured I'd. I know John likes a little bit of stink rat watching too, so that's fun. But there's Freck coming right back through, gets the kill on a derp, nearly dusts the head of Prismo, but the gridlock just a little better in that engagement, on for 2 kills in the round. Very impactful as you take down those primary entry fraggers of Ferris State. Freck and Morrow off the board, making it a little bit easier for Kettering to deal with these later roster players in the round. They've got a minute and a half to do so. All the utility in the world, 6 flashbangs, 4 gridlock stingers, 2 grenades, and that's not even counting the Capitao util that we can't currently see because Bomb and Key is doing such a great supportive job on a drone.
Well, more info provided. There's still a defender behind this top blue shield. Castle Barricade going off as well, so it's going to be a little bit easier to throw out that utility to get rid of the first shield. And the other one is vacant, so they're not going to have to waste any utility on that side of the map. Nade getting ready to be tossed out, maybe just being tricked by Prismo in case someone swings out, surprisingly. Another Capitao bolt deployed as well, but Turbo will still persist by the landing spot of that blue shield, or I guess staircase technically. And someone's actually reclaimed the other shield by top Mez. So although there, is a man advantage here for Kettering, they have actually made no ground on this top floor clear. Magnet catching, I believe it was a flash being tossed out, either that or a Capitao bolt. So it's going to have no effect so far. And Kettering, they just have to walk in full brunt of this defensive extension up above. And while that's happening, Bombkey's also trying to work down below near the 45 angle, trying to catch somebody off guard. But now his position is known. This is a really awkward spot for Kettering to be in as they are just dropping like flies. There's 3 kills straight ahead for Ferris State as it's left up to Chuck in a 1 versus 3. Gets the first one. There's the Wamai gone, but he's got no time left to find the other 2. Ferris State holding on by a thread, but it's enough to secure their first win on Bar.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what really transpired there, John, for Ferris State, or for Kettering, rather. Their attack was great. They got 2 opening picks. They had so much time left on the board. And then they just sputtered. They just stopped moving. And 60 seconds went by so fast that you look up at the clock, there's 20 seconds left on the board. Kettering still haven't dealt with that blue shield information, and they could not clear out the utility, and that's more than likely due to those Wamaitis stacking and the Jaeger ADSs sitting there on top of blue, and the failure of Kettering to bring the right utility to deal with that extended hold. Imagine if they had brought Thatcher. All 3 of those ADSs gone like that. With a snap of your fingers, those ADSs no longer available. Also, Wamaitis within that range, also gone. So if you throw 2-3 flashbangs, more than likely you've burnt through all the util. You throw a nade, there goes the shield. It should be that easy, but sometimes teams just fail to find that coordination or fail to bring the right operators to get the job done. In that round, in that instance, I think Kettering is unfortunately falling victim to that circumstance.
Ian having a Flores, despite there being a mute, those jammers aren't in the right place. That allows some explosivity to go into the mix. Boom. Either way, though, Not successful on that extension or that extensive clear part, and by Kettering is going to cost them a round and a start Ferris State in the right direction. A Twitch is now brought into the mix, so maybe that could help deal with the Vulcan packs being distributed by Roberts on the Goyo, and also for Kettering starting out this clear by a library over. They notice there is one roamer down below, that being Moro, and he's still watching over this opened hatch in case anyone hops in via the double window or believes a nade's going to get tossed out here by Derp, forcing Moro back, allowing some map control for the Finka, and he narrowly dodges that alibi down below, but will recontest, and that will be his demise. Moro anticipating that will be ready on the gun, and that's going to be the first opener once again found by Ferris, so this time found by Ferris, my mistake.
Yeah, that is not the angle or the fight to recontest if you're a derp. If you are inside of library, you know there's not a nitro cell down below, you do not have to go fight those bodies. There's no need to. And instead, you end up losing one of your entry players, and now you're going to have to rely on the back of Prismo and maybe someone like Chuck or Bombing Key, who may have a little bit better of an entry kit. Zero being brought out, by the way, John. We haven't mentioned that name in, I feel like, ages. It's probably been, gosh, at least a few months since I've been able to see a Zero on the board. Bombing Key has gotten a couple of those Argus cameras out. That's good information for Derp, who is currently dead, to be able to give out. But it's also good to just burn ADSs and stuff like that on the piano shield. Unless you lose your ace, and Matt Mac gets bought down by Turbo. 60 seconds left on the clock here for Kettering, and they really have no idea what to do. ADS is continuing to be a turmoil. And again, you keep hearing these ADSs zap and pop off. Boss, unfortunately, whiffing the shots. It's still winnable for Kettering, but they just cannot find a grasp of an opening pick or anything for them to get some sort of momentum. Finally, Bombing Key gets a pick, but is it really worth it? And is there even time on the board for Kettering to still pull out a round win?
Ooh, head spotted, but the Bandit be a little bit faster in the reaction time, and there it is. The swing past the half wall will collect another one here for Boss, still hunkering down the bomb site, anchoring to his heart's content. And like you mentioned, it's another round here for Ferris State, and an immediate time out by Kettering, where it feels like a lot of the problems they're facing is just not bringing the right tools for the job. I'd say besides that initial loss of life, because again, Derp ended up getting dropped by Morrow playing down below, they just have not been able to clear out these common areas that people extend into, like piano when defending office or dining, like we saw above with blue stairs and mezzanine. Those three shields have never been destroyed so far in these past couple of rounds. So for Kettering to start bringing out these wacky operators like a Zero and even having Twitch again, it just doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of things when you could be bringing a more generalized operator that would do the job better and probably give you more opportunities to find kills on the attack, which is what Kettering have been lacking so far in these two rounds.
Well, John, Kettering hopefully can come back from this timeout, get some good insight and information from their coach, and we'll hope for them that they can start to figure out how they want to contest and deal with the Ferris State defense. Thankfully for Kettering, if you are a Kettering fan of the good old Michigan. What is a Kettering? We don't actually know what a Kettering is, because who knows what a Kettering is? But they're up a map in the series. So at the worst case, if you struggle here on Chalet, I'm sorry, boss, we all have those moments. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to focus and like deliver a great point, and our replay op chooses to slow that down, and I'm like, I'm trying to have a moment here, okay? Kettering, they're up a map. Worst case, if they do end up tanking to Ferris State here on their own map pick of Chalet, and it becomes the collegiate special where each team wins their opponent's map pick, then you do have map number 3 to reconvene, regather. Not saying that Kettering are out of the loop just yet, but an early timeout like that, John, may warrant that comms may not be in the lightest of moods or the happiest, or it could simply just be the coach noticing, hey, you guys are making a lot of the same issues. I don't want that to continue. We need to find a couple of attacks if we want to be successful on this map and transition into the defense, as we expect in about a 3-3 or 4-2 split.
Now, an operator you mentioned in particular is now being brought to the limelight by Kettering, that being the Thatcher. Obviously, for this site, probably more because of the fact that Hard Breach is kind of a necessity to go off without a hitch for the offense if you want to win the round, because there's so many different hard walls that are needed to be opened up to then have an easier time getting into the site, planting that diffuser, and holding cutoff angles. But again, Thatcher still really helpful when dealing with those magnets or ADSs, which we've seen countless times. But before we see that utility dump begin to transpire, actually Moro looking to be cleared out by the Zofia. First Kiba blast or first Kiba barrier destroyed, and Prismo holding a really annoying angle gets rid of the Azami playing up above. No Kiba's left to worry about, and it's the first opener once again collected by Kettering, and a rehost. Once again, seems like the same internet issues are awry once again, but I think because that was during the action phase, that round will still go the way of Kettering, but we'll have more to discuss about that afterwards. It looks like we'll probably hop in a quick little break and then come back once the rehost is fully finished. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Rehost concluded. We are back to bar and games, where Ferris State, despite unfortunately having to forfeit round number 3 after some tragic disconnects, they still take the lead in this first half and had a pretty solid mid to end game when defending that top floor via those deployable shields that were never destroyed by Kettering's utility. So looking into this round, there's a lot left to be improved upon by Kettering, but also the early game is still something they kind of thrived in. They won 2 of those opening gunfights, so maybe seeing more passivity by Ferris State would also be a well-needed adjustment to make sure they don't have the utility, or they don't have to just rely on that utility Mesa.
Well, hopefully Ferris State will manage to stay in the lobby. Thankfully, it's only been 1 disconnect per map. Unfortunately, that last round, it did impact them, since there was a death. For those viewers that don't know, or don't maybe know the rulebook behind competitive Rainbow Six Siege, typically, for most leagues, this is not for every single league, but this is how it does work here for Naystar League. If someone has taken damage, or if there's a death occurred, or if it's been more than 30 seconds into the round cannot be restarted, and instead, whichever team had the disconnect, or whatever happened in the case, unless the full lobby like bugs out and everyone crashes, there is no rehost of the round when it comes to technical issues. So here's your fun fact of the day, presented by your favorite local forehead. And Kettering getting very swift on their entry here on the attack. You've got Derp, who finds the head of Freck, not going to allow the Jaeger to best him this time around. And this swift take of the solar side across clear here for Kettering is already starting off rather strong.
A rivalry as old as Siege itself, the Ash versus the Jaeger. I feel like we bring that up almost every other week in this game, as we actually see quite a lot of both operators currently in this meta. Once again, Kettering will get a good opener kill. Look to almost have that unfortunately taken away from them, because Moro decides to get aggressive at almost the perfect time to kill the Habana. That would have made things pretty annoying for the rest of Kettering to find those angles in order to get rid of these deployable shields on the top floor once again. They've got a series of flash grenades, but only 1 set of nades in the Capitao, which could be denied by the magnets for a second time in a row. There go the flashes. Ash charge deployed as well. I almost completely forgot about that by Derp. So I guess that's blue shield already done and dusted. Now putting the rest of their focus here on Mezzanine, but they still have to worry about that player who's by library, and also the player who hasn't even left blue stairs yet.
It's about getting Derp to work their way through. Moro, though, finds an evening kill onto Prismo. The nades go away, as well as those gridlock stingers. Boss, however, taking a lot of damage. I believe it is due to track stingers, wherever it is positioned, but Moro finds a second and a third onto Chuck and Derp. Matt Mack and Bomb and Key. Last 2 members alive here for Kettering. Moro finally dropped after finding 3 torrential kills here on to the Kettering attack. And, well, it'll be up to the 2 supportive players here from Kettering to make a clutch work out. Unfortunately, Matt Mack runs into the sightlines of Turbo. So Bomb and Key last alive. The pre-fire, they go on 6, but there's no shield there anymore. A trade between the final 2 members of the Capitao and the Frost. And Ferris State with 3 solid defensive round wins. Any more, truthfully, John, is like, we're really feeling confident going into our attacking side.
Yeah, honestly, just adding more would really not hurt Ferris State whatsoever. So as you have just more toppings of the ice cream sundae, you've already got built up here with those 3 solid rounds. And Kettering seems just so far their lack of adaptability and changes, not only their composition, but also the way they're attacking these defensive extensions. It's costing them greatly. I mean, you saw how stuck Kettering were, because they cleared the blue field there behind it, because Turbo could still be there and poke and prod and not worry about getting killed. That allowed Moro to also do his job rather comfortably by top mez. Not only that, but still having a defender library so no one can lurk from that position as well was also really critical for Ferris State to make sure they could keep Moro alive so he could do his job on that main fragging role of the Warden by top mez. So at Kettering, quite literally just playing the same attacking setup twice against Ferris State, they received the same outcome of another loss on that defensive bomb site, and now they've got Master and Offices with, to be fair, a slightly different composition. No more 0 in play, and now they're looking to keep the Ashe and this time bring a Zofia into the mix, so shields might not be as big of a problem. But again, might be more than just the shields is something that I have to worry about here for round 5.
Kettering need to get another round or 2, preferably 2, on the board here. They're attacking half. They have not looked like the sharp team that we typically see them to be on Chalet. But Moro taking a bit of damage there from the upside down rappel angle for Bob and Key. And that's a good start. Obviously no kill just as of yet. Dirk looks to hop in, deal with a little bit of the utility. But this is a precarious spot if that mezzanine hasn't been completely cleared out from your team. Hopefully there's some good drones and information eliciting that hop in. But I love this extension from Ferris State. They're working all 3 levels of the map. You've got a player working in the basement. You've got a player working inside a kitchen dining. And that's just stalling away at more and more time and more map control that Kettering cannot obtain without getting more aggressive. And really wasting up more time, more drones, and utility that they desperately need to be going for the execute.
And at 30 left, still the main wall not opened by the offense because of those bandit batteries continuing to persist. Speaking of persistence here, there's still a roamer down below by the mudroom just hiding. And there's also a player dining as well to feed info, maybe help relay that to the person who's across the map, working their way through the bottom staircase, I believe it'll be. As Kettering will still continue to try to get this main breach opened up, but they really are at another blockade as it seems. Now actually trying to get the soft wall opened up, but because they don't have any piano pressure, this could be just another funnel they have to just, force themselves into that Ferris State are ready for.
Almaki finds that opening kill, also crucial onto Freg. This is probably the latest opening kill we have seen in this entire series thus far, John. Roberts takes a lot of damage inside of piano. You can see the pressure. You can feel it as a Ferris State defender as Kettering continues to dump more and more utility. But Turbo standing strong behind the piano shield, yet to be cleared by Kettering. Finds a pick back onto Dirk. 4 versus 4. The walk-in, though, from Matt Mack. He's all the way deep on the couch. Chuck with great coverage. Roberts, though, spots the head of the planter. This could be a huge play from the Goyo. Seconds ticking down on the clock, but Prismo with the recovery gets the kill onto Roberts. Where is Moro? Last alive, top of mezzanine. Information aplenty for both sides. Prismo, the coverage has to be there. Letting on the half wall. Bob and Key takes a little bit of damage, but Moro goes for the reload and now has to fight a 1 versus 2. 1 HP left on the board for the Alibi to get the win. They know that a player has walked back out onto the mezzanine, and the post-plant positions are excellent here from Kettering. They get that bomb down, they get out of dodge, and they create a nasty 180-degree crossfire. Moro has to watch their feet as they walk on in for any of those gridlock stingers or just the angle being held by the Zofia. Kettering University get a crucial impact round on the board for them. So we're at 3-2, John, getting ready to go into the half.
An extremely close call for Kettering, because if they didn't have that player by main balcony, that would have been a pretty free kill for the defense by Moro. You saw Prismo rotating to plant behind that half wall, maybe just looking to play off of the open breach instead. But luckily, with there being someone to provide info, that stopped Prismo dead in his tracks. He planted behind the other side of the half wall to still have natural cover and someone watching him in case someone were to go up from that main staircase. And it's now a reattempt of Master by Ferris State, which I can't really blame them because, again, things were so close. And the beginning of the round was pretty phenomenal by them. They really halted any progress that Kettering had made. So maybe just looking to have both those double walls reinforced instead could be pretty annoying for Kettering, since that was their main way of entering in. But no, they'll still use the same feed holes as they did beforehand. Instead, I guess the only major difference they've got now is the castle added into the mix. And when we've seen really a lack of, soft destruction used to break that utility, I don't really fault them for that. It seems like they've been really lacking up until now, where you've got the sledge, 2 sets of grenades, a Kali, and a Zofia. Yeah, now there is a plethora of destruction, except for the sledgehammer, because Moro finds a nasty opening kill. I think he spawn peeked that guy. Oh yeah, he did. He was out from the helipad spawn.
That is a yikes. Mega yikes for Derp to go down. You rely on him as one of those vetted members for Kettering. Probably very far into their degree at this point. Derp looking to advance in life. Get that upgrade button. Become a real adult. That adulting thing is very hard, John. It's difficult. Turbo, please do not. There's no way. There is no way Turbo gets away with it. Instead, Freck ends up getting a kill onto Prismo, but is quickly refragged by Bomb and Key. But Turbo trolls with the shotgun and gets smoked by the Zofia. Quickly, we're back at a 3-on-3. No advantage for either side. You could argue, though, that Ferris State, although trolling away a little bit of a lead, end up being in the better position. Both attackers with nades are off the board, and you still have Moro running amok at the top of blue stairs. Finds the head of Mac. There is the ace down. No more hard breach available for Kettering on the attack. Bomb and Key has to try to work a miracle of a round along with Chuck. We'll see. They got a minute and a half to do it, but this is a massive impact kill if Bomb and Key can find it.
Look at Moro just backing away. He knows his job has been accomplished on that roam. He'll look to keep that man advantage and keep Kettering wondering where this alibi has fallen away from. There's some more info via that default camera still intact at the minute 10 mark, making sure they know someone's entered inside the building proper from mezzanine. Now it looks like things are really looking pretty rough here for Kettering. There's Boss wide swinging, not a care in the world. Diffuser dropped once again, but most likely bound to be recovered by Bomb and Key, watching in case someone's still playing by that blue staircase. A lot of info to work off of here in this 1 versus 3 for the lone Zofia. An entryway could lead you into the bomb site through that office wall, but several bodies currently watching that, so it's more or less a game of cat and mouse here for Bomb and Key, trying to see if he can isolate any of these defenders. But just over half a minute to go, he's got all of his lifeline utility, so he'll burn away those ADSs, get rid of that camera. Looks like Moro swings off the info, but the Zofia still wins that confrontation, but tagged up so much from that MX4 Storm. Roberts will not take any time to finish her off, and there it is. It's Ferris State to still have the lead getting out of the second half, and it's not recovered by Kettering.
Really solid discipline by those remaining Ferris State defenders, even if they did have that 5 versus 3 and swiftly transpired into a 3-on-3. Ferris State did an excellent job, most notably Roberts there, relying on that pixel angle and the aggression from the Kettering attacker, as well as trusting that Kaid, their teammate, Boss, to be able to hold that angle and ensure that essentially a choke and a force play was made for that remaining attacker. Ferris State get 4 defensive rounds, Kettering only 2 on the attack. Some could say that's standard, maybe at the collegiate level for Chalet, but still, even then, you would really feel comfortable as Kettering with 3 on the attack and only allowing your opponents to have 3 on the defense. That way, if you could get that luxurious 4-2, you're at least winning 7-5, or maybe even a little bit better. Not to say that Kettering's out of it, though. They do get the defensive advantage, and they'll start off bar games as well, just like their counterparts of Ferris State. Now, we'll, I guess, see how these attacks differ. You can see Ferris State with much more pressure and reliance on the vertical play, especially bringing up the Ram for maybe the first time in this series.
Not a lot of explosive utility either. Could see maybe a gone 6 or 2 in this lineup, and again, the Ash charges. That's about it, though, so I'm wondering if there's any extra boogies left. They might use that to their advantage, but there's Moro. Again, pretty consistent after we saw that 3K back in round number 4. He's still fired up as ever, moving into the second half, back on his coveted Yana selection. There's Chuck already gone as well. Funny enough, not the one playing Aruni. He's actually now on the role of Jaeger, which Derp was playing almost playing religiously last map. Regardless, that's still the opener collected here for Ferris State. And yeah, Moro just books it, even staring at the frost. But that's still big openers collected for Ferris State to maybe backpack off of for the rest of this 2-minute action phase, as now Kettering aren't really concerned about the top floor and instead focused almost completely on dining room, as Ferris State have just tried to book it horizontally.
Ferris State don't care at all about any of that top floor utility. They're going as direct as possible here into the bomb site. You can see the bees quickly being launched onto the blue stairs. Looking for a swift entry is Ferris State. Prismo is got a monumental task to try to stop these attackers from making their way across and in to the bomb site. You've also got Matt Mac here placed inside of the stock closet. They may be able to stop a body or two themselves. What I'd really like to see is Boss rotate all the way downstairs through the basement and open up that stock wall. Give yourselves an even better advantage and less room in the bomb site. Instead, Freck ends up swinging Prismo. No refrag in sight. Ferris State may have just blundered the biggest advantage they had, and that was the numbers and the positioning. And now Kettering are fighting their way back into this round.
Not only that, but they've got vertical on their side. No presence up above by the offense allows these defenders to play on the top floor and not be worried necessarily about that post-plant position. But there it is, soon to begin. Boss getting that diffuser down. Almost completed in this position. Turbo creeping up the fireplace staircase will put Bombkey in the dirt, and Roberts, covering his teammate, eliminates Prismo. Unfortunately, I guess the defense weren't aware the plant was going down, so they were just kind of sitting ducks for Ferris State, and they continue to strengthen their lead, now going 5-2.
Those are a couple really solid leads, or just reads, from the Ferris State attackers. Honestly, droning Moro in and letting him get that much control, finding 2 huge picks against Kettering. Kind of just a one-off attack. I feel like Kettering is not going to let that happen again, but instead they end up going up to Master anyway, hoping to force Ferris into actually having to deal with their utility rather than just scapegoating and skirting around it.
Are we seeing a collegiate special right now? Is this in the making? I mean, Kettering picked this map.
Are you manifesting it right now? Is that what you're manifesting?
I think I want to see Cafe. I think I want to see Cafe, guys. It's been confirmed. You know,
Cafe scares me.
Yeah, I don't like that map in ranked. I don't like playing Cafe. Watching it's actually really fun because then you have 2 5-on-5 coordinated teams playing on it, like how the map's supposed to be played. But Kettering so far really been swept under the rug by Ferris State so far on Chalet. So I guess in their terms, they're kind of returning the favor to Kettering since they were pretty far behind in a lot of instances against Kettering on their own map pick, funny enough. So we might just be seeing that manifested now on Chalet, but this time favoring Ferris State. They begin another library, or they begin their first library over attack party, one of many that we've seen so far in this match altogether. More info being provided by the Gemini replicators, and Freck, of course, just face checking the main wall. The zombie Kiba's going off as well. That'll deter Ferris State for only a little bit, though, as the main wall will get opened up a little bit easier. Still, no kill to be found off it just yet, just making Bomb and Key slightly more exposed.
Yikes. And half of the utility is shut off that main wall.
Yeah.
Because Bomb and Key hasn't been dealt with. A little too preemptive on those Selma charges from Boss. That could be a massive blunder that ends up punishing Ferris State later in the round. They still do have a nice little sightline angle that has been opened up. However, that can also be used against them, as you could have a defender play a little bit up closer and end up potentially helping out Bomb and Key, who's placed on this mezzanine position. Still, though, lots of time left on the board here for Kettering to hold their ground against Ferris State, who really have only been slowed down by their own internet in this map. Moro finds the opener onto Derp. And we are seeing a big trend and big upswing in Moro opening picks. 3 already here in their attacking half. And he finds another double opening pick to start off. Currently 10-4. That's not even including the rehost numbers. Finally, Bomb and Key gets that pick. But where is the rest of Ferris State to get that refrag? Nowhere to be seen. Freck is actually just going to walk inside a solar. Chuck gets caught off guard. Matt slapped around as well. Bomb and Key last alive. Has to go for the flank now. And Freck got just a sliver of HP. He needs to deal with these last bodies. The ace has rotated and is on the chase all the way up the solar stairs. What is happening, John? I think we are seeing the collegiate special.
Looks like the manifestation worked, perhaps, for Ferris State's sake. It seemed for a moment that Kettering were in a pretty substantial lead. Again, they halted the initial attack, which was not only the library clear attended by Ferris State, but also the main wall getting opened up as well by those ace Selmas. But Ferris State didn't just sit around and do nothing. They had Moro rotate. He began to lurk. which, funny enough, the team that banned Nook has actually been very proactive on their one-man lurks by Moro, funny enough, on the Yana this time instead. So with the lurks going off without a hitch, finding 2 collective kills, and acknowledging there's someone still down below, the rest of Fair State just hit the bomb site from the solar side of the map, and still having some players by the office balcony as well to have, 2 different attacking positions to push in the site from. And that forces Kettering in a near unwinnable position on a man disadvantage retake after both the Yana and Ash pop off individually and allow Boss to get a pretty funny pickup kill by creeping up solar stairs against the roamer retaking from that same location. Now it's barn games played once again by Kettering, where we saw Fair State completely ignore the top floor until the final 10 seconds of the round. They just had Moro, find 2 instant kills as the Yana, and then they just hit the bomb site pretty much. So I'm wondering if we'll see that exact same attacking style, or if we'll have more of a proper clear this time around, or Kettering maybe just being more aware that it could be more of a gun-focused idea from Ferris.
I'll give you a little insight into Ferris State's current strat book, updated as of 2023.
Okay.
October. Yes, that's the month we're in. It is, hold on, flipping to page, actually, all the pages just say drone Moro in and let him find 2. Every single page says drone Moro in and let him find 2. Because it can't be stopped. I mean, Moro is just playing out of this world for Ferris State. And the drone, the information has been excellent. If they continue to do so, Kettering, you have got to watch out for the aggression. However, Ferris State in this round, John, I don't know if it's just me, but they feel like they're in a position maybe a little too soon for what information they have. I feel like they're getting a little lackadaisical with the drones. They got to make sure that they play consistent if they want to make sure they close out this match against Kettering. You can see they're working for a fast attack. You've even got Moro looking to lurk up the basement blue stairs and potentially find that gap. But are Kettering ready for these rat-like plays to come through?
Now we saw Moro all the way in the basement. To see that play erupt in the faces of Kettering when they expected at the very least. Minute 19 left to go now for the offense, and Moro shut down. There's your big kickstart to the round here for Kettering this time in the advantage, but the Mute not in a good position to take that long-range gunfight against Freck, who's also been very consistent so far in this second half, as now more of the top floor gets cleared out for the attackers to push forward, even closer to the bomb site this time around. Office breach getting opened up. There's Bomb and Key. Deadly angle with the DMR. Eliminating that second fragger here for Ferris State. So now things have kind of calmed down once again for the defense, as the attack of Ferris State still need to focus on this library defender. If Bombkey can either just tuck here and not expose himself or waste even more time above, that could be huge for the defense. But it looks like Ferris State aren't even willing to negotiate that position out of the hand of Kettering, so they'll look to go back to 45 and try to hit the site with as little bodies as they have left available to them. Some B swarms get deployed, maybe allowing some more space to be made here, but Matt Mac will acknowledge that, and Chuck will play off it right behind the couch. There's the first kill in these final few seconds. We're getting close to red time, and Ferris State do not have enough bodies to get the job done. There's Chuck again, springs up at the exact moment he needs to, leaving just Boss in a 1 versus 4, compromised from several different angles, and it's the vertical presence by Bomb and Q with that DMR to close things out. Just like we saw in Oregon with Ferris State, they held on by a thread in map 1. Kettering will do the same.
Ferris should just go for those brute force direct sight attempts. You saw how good they've been at doing just that and ignoring the utility from Kettering. That time around, they tried to deal with some of the utility, and they got punished for it. And you can see that Ferris State are definitely not as comfortable as a team to deal with utility, right? To throw, flashbangs and nades and ash charges and whatever else you have out of your pockets to deal with utility. You've got Turbo, who pretty much hard picks the Grim every single round. And as much as I enjoy some good old grimming inside of Rainbow Six Siege, John, I feel like Grim isn't that good. He's good, but he's not an operator that needs to be brought every single round. Sometimes there are other operators that can help the team out when it comes to their attacks, and I think that extra explosive denial or extra flashbangs could be what is needed for Ferris State to close out this map against Kettering. We'll have to see. They've still got plenty of rounds to make an effort, but Kettering, if they do mention to come back, I feel like that's going to be a big enough chalk against Ferris State that Kettering could close out this series 2-0.
Ying now being developed here for Ferris State on their attacking side. Once again, there's been a pretty big lack of Warden played by Kettering, so that's probably the idea. It's been a couple attacking rounds. Ferris State is like, you know what? Not like Oregon, there's no Warden. Let's just play Ying and try to hit the site as fast as we can after we get that main wall opened up. Can't really fault them for that. EMP deployed as well. Gonna give no hassle for the Ace to open up this main breach so long as there's no one mezzanine to shoot the Selmas directly. The boss is kind of anticipating that, but he's damaged to exactly 1 HP. Who just shot him down?
It was Chuck.
Oh my god, you're right.
Mez door. Oh my god.
That is crazy. And Moro's dead again. There's Derp, another entry kill the Yana taken care of early. So this attacking round, it looked promising from the jump. But now that we've actually had a minute of playtime, it's turned very sour for Ferris State. And yeah, what's Chuck? Look at him.
I hope Boss is wearing the brown pants because I certainly would need a change after getting shot to 1 HP by a silent cannon. Derp finds the kill with the shorty. So 2 shotguns going huge here. Boss dies to a goo mine on the window hop in.
Oh no.
Thankfully, Roberts is there for the revive. But Kettering aware that Ferris State are going for this rotation. You've got Turbo working in a West Main. You've got Boss down below and Roberts as well. Ferris State have completely abandoned whatever strategy they were going for, and they're going to run straight into the DMR, or Vector, sorry, of Bomb and Key, who is downstairs and having a very solid map for themselves. We've not really highlighted many of the Kettering players because they've struggled here on their map pick of Chalet, but Bomb and Key is certainly a star body in the name for the KU clan. Chuck through the floor with the shotgun. Turbo finds a nice little one-tap on to Derp. A little bit of style to close out this round. But Prismo back through the floor. Back and forth. These teams continue to go. Kettering have put together 2 very solid rounds to keep themselves out of elimination here on their map pick of Chalet. And barring us to send to Cafe just as of yet.
Had the right info, and we're in the correct position to take advantage of some of those first engagements. Not only that, but with Ferris State going for the same strategy of when the office play does not work out, they'll try to rotate and go for solar instead. Kettering were also expecting that. They had info via the goo mines to play by the bottom of trophy. They had default cams that were still up and intact. Obviously, they were using for a couple of seconds. And they had roamers down below waiting there in case there was any activity happening across that side of the map. So a lot more anticipation by Kettering and adaptability when Ferris State tried changing the pace of that round. So they'll get the option to go to dining room for the first time that we've seen in map number 2. And there's that Tachanka pick we were hinting at as well. You've got the 3, I guess the Holy Trinity that I mentioned in particular. You've got the Aruni, played by Chuck once again, since he played her quite a lot in Oregon. Matnak is on the Tachanka, and then Bomb Key on the castle. So a lot of long-range engagements are going to be going down by Kettering. I think the only concern is that none of the main site wall is reinforced. I wonder if that's a bait because they're reinforcing behind them by the office side of the map as well. Maybe this is their plan, but I don't think so. Yeah, you see Mac reinforcing right now. It was just the last thing they had in their mind. They have so much to extend the buffer.
Especially when you got the Tachanka with the DP-27 going.
Right.
Opening up all of the walls and everything all around. It's always Kettering bringing those wonky strats. There's some schools that just like to play the game a little bit different than everybody else. And that's okay. That's what brings that fresh taste and fresh sense to collegiate. And that's why it's always nice to play different teams. Freck, though, finds that opener, also crucial, onto Derp, who has now been dropped, currently at 3-8 for the Kettering team. Definitely not a performance that they wanted out of him, but at least Derp can get onto those bulletproof cameras and default cameras and hopefully elicit some information against Ferris State, who really keep trying to find those gaps in Kettering's defenses, and hopefully those gaps can be closed off by the support of Derp, now relegated to the cameras.
Still well needed start for Ferris State. In fact, they've been a little lacking when it comes to the entry department the past 2 rounds from the 11th. Still plenty of time to start clearing out that top floor, but it looks like they're going to just prioritize the main breach instead and only have office wall to make sure no one's going to be holding vertical in case that plant is to go down by default for the deep bomb chassis. The Jaeger swings out wide looking to find a trade, but unfortunately, Moro's not going to end up dying there. He'll still be alive to keep these flashes in play. But the Dashanka Shamika launcher's coming out as well, looking to bide some more time for the rest of Kettering. And there's no flank happening. Moro's making sure of that as he actually might hit a lurk of his own coming in through the west main staircase. It's mainly just this breach being confronted by Kettering, as that's the only thing they've got left.
Yes! Oh, he was
There it
so
is.
close. Prisma was so close to lighting up that wall bang. Bombing key is down, but not out just as of yet. That lurk up the west main stairs is swiftly forgotten by Moro as they go for the rotation around. More likely it's due to Ferris State calling it. They've got a body down up top. You see Boss getting active inside of office. They've opened the wall. They're going to let their hard breacher run loose and willy-nilly around the bomb site. Ferris State with a 5-on-3 advantage, but you still have to deal with 3 more Kettering defenders inside of the bomb site. That's the hardest place to get into, and you can see time continues to whittle down. Matt Mack has been dropped, though, and chucked his last alive inside of Solar. Can Ferris State close out their opponent's map pick of Chalet? They'll do just that. It's the collegiate special here on the NACE broadcast, John. We're going all the way to map number 3, Cafe.
Much more consistent entries there by Ferris State. Moro specifically powering up on that map, dropping, I believe it was 12, if not 13 kills as the Yana primary entry. And on top of that, Kettering as well, not really able to, I don't want to say reset, but not able to get that momentum in their favor 9 times out of 10. They really struggled with clearing out common spots on Chalet. And it wasn't just the fact that they didn't have enough players alive, it was just not bringing the right utility 9 times out of 10. So it was really shocking to see that first half not be that favorable at all for Kettering, and Ferris State doing a solid job of punishing them for not having the right utility and also acknowledging when there are weak points inside the bomb site and just booking it. Don't get me wrong, they tried doing that on Oregon, but there were a lot less weak spots on Oregon in comparison to Chalet. So it didn't almost feel like there was a major change in play style. It was just Kettering weren't as prepared for the same tricks, it seemed.
They weren't prepared for Moro, who really took that map by storm for Ferris State. If you got to give the MVP medal, not only to kills, but just dominant entry gameplay and impact kills from Moro, he'd get 2 and then fall over and die. But that was all that was needed for Ferris State to take down their opponent, Kettering, on their opponent's map pick, mind you. So now we go into Cafe. The biggest interesting thing to me, John, is both teams won 7-4, 7-4. So I think in the break, we'll be able to find out which team gets to start on which side. And I think that whoever starts on defense is going to have the best chance here on Cafe to close out the series. We'll see you all in just a few minutes once we get to figure out the ultimate question of who starts on defense and who starts on attack.
And we're back after, as we coined it, the collegiate special has erupted inside of Chalet. It was a good start initially for Kettering, but unfortunately with a handful of losses found in their first half, and with Ferris State really abusing the fact that Kettering just never had enough utility for the amount of elaborate traps that Ferris State had set up on their defense. That gave a good harrowing start for the defensive side, and Ferris State moving on the attack kind of kept the same vibes going, where they were just very aggressive initially and also had a lot to play with during that end game when Kettering were just trying to scramble for opportunities to stop those plants from going down, which, all things considered, this is probably the most objective focused we've seen any collegiate match go. Was that series on Chalet in particular. We saw a lot of objective plays by Ferris State and a couple by Kettering as well. So it'll be really interesting to go into Cafe to see, you know, which side of Kettering and which side of Ferris we see, because we saw two polar opposites depending on the map, Mason.
I think I have a feeling, John, we may just see Moro. Moro.Ferris State is Himothy. And
sure.
I expect Moro to just run around, run amok, and try to go ham and crazy on the Kettering. Now, John, we have an arousal of new implications here. Ferris State are on a little bit of a time crunch because their network, good old bless IT over at Ferris State, cuts off at 10 p.m. on the East Coast.
I thought it was 9 p.m. So I was like, uh-oh.
Well, we heard 9 or 10, and well, they did technically cut off for 9 p.m. That's why we had a little bit of a break, because we were struggling on getting them back into the lobby. But now we're here. But in theory, if this match goes 7-4 like the previous two maps have, or wait, it was 7-4. Yeah, it was 7-4, 7-4. Mm-hmm. In theory, if it goes there, we should have just enough time for Ferris State to close out if they were the ones to be there. But if overtime is in play, I don't know what's going to happen if Ferris State just DCs for the lobby. Yeah.
Every minute counts.
Let's hope not, but
minute counts.
We may be seeing Ferris State go for some serious rushes on their attacks if they're trying to close this match out.
Yeah, things getting dicey. It's, 7-4, or not 7-4. Obviously, the game will be over at that. If it's like 6-4, maybe a 5-5. It's getting late into the hours. Might see a Ferris State Amara rush.
Wouldn't that be such a cool thing, just randomly implemented? The game must be done by this time, otherwise X team gets a loss, so they have to play against the actual
No,
clock
that
too.
Would be horrible.
That'd be so bad, but it'd be such an interesting Okay, that's a terrible idea. That's a terrible idea.
Who let bro cook?
This is why I'm not the commissioner.
Right, we got the diagonal top-down view. It's kind of crazy. Look at that.
John. Let me tell you this in a very serious way. This is why I am not the commissioner.
Duly noted. Ferris State on their coveted map cafe. I think they can be guarding on the defense. I think it was you that mentioned that initially would most likely come off with some sort of advantage here. So, interested to see if Ferris State can actually capitalize on that, or we're just talking nothing burgers. Castle brought out once again, but we've got Freck back on the Malusi. I think we've seen him ace once or twice before on that operator. Wondering if Kettering will be given the same punishment by this player holding down from Pixel, or they'll have enough resources to flush out the Malusi and player right beside a bathroom, as these hatches are soon to be opened up. I would assume the Redlock shotgun, and yeah, there it is. Prisma wasting no time whatsoever. Probably a flank cam to be deployed as well by the red staircase, as that ticket wall is bound to be turned mincemeat by the Selmas.
Hopefully, Kettering can drop the red hatch, as they have now, and can begin to work their progress here in Sad Cigar Shop / Piano. Derp, I don't know if they actually shot the Banshee just as of yet. You see, though, Kettering are working a little slow at dealing with some of this utility, but Derp gets the opener onto Roberts. You don't often see Roberts involved in opening engagements, but that's the way that Cafe is played. Sometimes players are caught a little bit off guard regarding their engagements. And you can see already Ferris State not in the best position, definitely not in the best situation, but you've still got main fraggers like Moro and Freck alive to keep this round going for themselves, and Freck is getting into it a very high stakes engagement inside of Pixel.
Ooh, and the Malusi, barely any damage dealt towards her. There's a nade being tossed out trying to flush her out, but unable to swing in time to at least find that 1-for-1 trade. The nade not evaded in time, granting this 5-on-3 advantage. But they've got to worry about this shield across the ways. A deadly cutoff angle grants Moro a refrag. Now putting us in a 3 versus 4 angle. Going to be capitalized on for a second time from the Warden, but it's no dice this time around. Leaving Kettering in a bit of a standstill. Sure, they've got control of Piano Room, but where do they try to push into the site from here? They've got 2 more Selmas left, so maybe they'll try to use those to break that shield if there's no utility stacked around it. But no, they're looking to get rid of bathroom control, but there's Boss swinging off of his magnet, and Moro through the shield once more. Man advantage back in the favor of the defense. And Chuck almost spots the player behind bathroom, not looking the right direction. It takes a couple shots, but he'll get the job done regardless. There's Matt Mack as well, getting rid of the Warden. Now leaving just Turbo in a 1 versus 2. 20 seconds to go. So you could assume they'll be trying to play for the post plant, leaving us essentially in a 1 versus 1 if that were to happen. As more and more time is dwindled away, gathering that info gives more and more options here for Turbo to check his surroundings, look for that sole survivor on the offense. Essentially, he crosses over but cannot stop the plant in time, nor kill the coverage of that plant, leaving us back in a proper 2 versus 1 where Chuck is there to greet him by the freezer doorway with that DMR. Oh, so potent. Round starting off the right direction for Kettering. As it took him a while to get pixel control, they do so eventually, and that kick starts the round for them.
Got a little worried for Kettering. They're on their attack, but they spiral in to a round win for themselves. It's very important, John. I mean, Cafe is a map at moon speed defender's side, and ultimately, especially in the collegiate realm. However, Ferris State like this map a fair amount, and I believe we watched them last week against St. Ambrose on Cafe, and pretty sure I'm gonna go back to my notes that week. Yeah, Ferris State was really good at this map. I mean, they beat St. Ambrose 7-4, and they were dominant, just like you said in opening picks. They were just like that yet again. So expect them to have to win out that opening pick duel. If they're able to do that, I think that they can take down Kettering for the first time ever for themselves, which should be a nice little mini victory, as big as like a regular season victory is. A little mini victory just to be able to take down an in-state rival.
Moro hoping to turn the tide in his team's favor before the round really starts officially. Unfortunately, I think only 1 or 2 people have spawned by that back area. Yeah, it's 4/5 spawning River Dock and only 1 person near Christmas. Although that 1 person might peek into the Warden's line of sight. Just some damage traded off between the Sledge and Moro.
Exact damage to each other. Exact.
Yeah, to a
T.
T.
It's perfect.
Even the fraction.
It's perfect.
Yeah, even the fraction between both 3 armors is, yeah, down to the wire like you mentioned. So only a direct trade, but no finishing blows from either Kettering or Ferris. Keep us in the 5 versus 5 standstill. And the same attacking prowess could be assumed by Kettering since they've got the exact same lineup. They're beginning from the same spawn locations. And Ferris State hoping they can either play off of one another more effectively or maybe just dodge the utility since there are still tons of grenades they've got to focus on.
Got Bomb Key working the upside down rappel now inside of Piano. Ferris State gonna hold on as long as possible to these crucial positions. Moro inside a freezer with this wall open makes it a little tricky for the defenders to play, especially around when the attackers inevitably end up getting that piano control. However, it makes it extra awkward and a little bit more time consuming for the Kettering attackers to actually get across inside a piano. They finally, after a lot of burn, get rid of that pixel shield, but Freck gets rid of one of the attackers that they are also facing as Derp goes to the ground. It's not without an indirect trade as Roberts falls to Prismo, but still you would argue that Roberts being dead not nearly as impactful as Derp going down.
Oh, that nade being banked off the doorway though. Gonna get rid of Boss as well. The active utility of the magnets, that's definitely a big difference between the passive utility of Roberts you just discussed. Now the Selma's going off as well, left, right, and center. Exposing Moro, forcing him to peek. There's Prisno once again, good for 3 in this round, and that leaves just Turbo. He jumps off the cocktail position. Another fadeaway kill as well. He's ripping and tearing these attackers to shreds. Now leaving himself tucked in the corner, but Prismo is waiting there as he repositions as well, matching the pace of Turbo. That's 2 good rounds in a row now for Kettering, as they are doing phenomenal against this top floor defense.
Maybe Kettering are a cafe team.
One would assume.
Maybe. One could assume throughout those first 2 rounds. Now, thankfully, Ferris State have recognized their blunder of going to the top floor twice and losing twice. So they will switch it up, as one could say. And they will go to Kitchen or Kitchen Cooking, Kitchen Service, whatever. It's Kitchen to everyone. It's like when Clubhouse had Bar. Right? Everyone just called it Bar. Even Bar Stage now is still called Bar. So it's the cooler way.
Double bar, double kitchen.
It's the cool kid way. Yeah, exactly. It's the cool kid way to call these sites. But Ferris State with a bit of a standard extension. They've got the VIP shield. You can see different head holes and feet holes being made across this map. My only concern is I haven't seen. Oh no!
Not again.
No! No, Ferris, not like this.
Well, this one could be disputed as a proper rehost since it ended by the prep phase.
Just before the prep phase ended. So they
One
should
could argue,
in theory, be okay to rehost and go back to Kitchen. However, you could also argue that this is a W rehost for Kettering because they've droned out. They've been able to find out a majority of the setup.
Yep.
And now they get an extra few minutes to talk about how they want to go for their attack. But we'll take a few extra minutes and get Ferris State, hopefully, back into the lobby swiftly so that their internet doesn't get cut off for good. We'll see you all in just a couple. Well, that was swift, thankfully, John, as we are racing the timer. Well, not us. We still have another broadcast after this. But Ferris State is racing the timer against the internet. You can see they swiftly run out and go full flying V inside a VIP to begin their bakery setup. Thankfully, the bakery wall has been has at least been somewhat reinforced this time with the rotate. It's somewhat traditional, a little bit different. Some teams like to fully reinforce it even when going for that horizontal extension. Others do like to play that rotation. And especially with Boss on the Wamai, it should be no issue for them to be able to hold that bakery position. My only concern is Kettering has been very good as a 5-man clearing out solo positions. And when you do this extended hold, you have a player or two stuck in some not so fun situations at times. Hopefully, whoever it is, whether it's Boss with the direct bakery take or Moro inside of VIP dealing with those spots, hopefully they're able to remedy and at least find and maybe get 1 or 2 picks for their trouble.
Omki might actually be able to catch the player by surprise who's near VIP. Instead of using a boogie to open up the window completely, he'll just shotgun it once and then back away. That's a little interesting, but all right. Maybe saving all of his rams for the vertical. More discipline than I would have personally as a ram player. Dropping down at about 40 seconds, it's Kettering to go for a full clear with the help of these Jackal Inox scanners, detecting anyone who could be playing above or when they're falling off perhaps. So a lot less time being needed with general drone work, and instead it'll be supplemented again with those Jackal tracks. So all things considered, Kettering off to a pretty solid start here on this top floor clear, but the more and more seconds they do spend above, that does give them less time to hunt down below in the basement side of things, where the majority of that extension is actually put into risk. But it's the roaming smoke for the first gunfight, and Derp is just not looking the right direction. He overextends, and that'll give Freck a pretty easy picking as he's still roaming above as this SAS operator.
My biggest question mark to that for Kettering is, where's the refrag? Where's the extra body behind? I know you got people droning and stuff, but you've got to find someone that can deal with Freck inside of Reading Room. Finding 2 kills now on the round. Both your Gridlock and your Jackal. There go your nades as well as your main identification for a roam clear. And now Chuck may be the next body to fall. Unless, thank God, Matt Mac is there, finds Freck in the back. Couple of bullets ends up putting down the smoke for good. But look at the time waste, look at the denial, and look at the impact that Freck had on this round. 60 seconds left on the clock, and only 3 Kettering members remain to Ferris State's 4. And Kettering really have no control. All signs point in the direction of a Ferris State round, barring a massive misplay or a huge upset kill for Kettering.
There isn't much time as well to find that upset victory for Kettering on round number 3. It's limiting themselves more and more. The Twitch drone breaks some utility and will detect there's still someone behind that island, but the magnets are not fully dealt with, unfortunately, so the flashes will be caught, not blinding the player behind that island. Giving more info, there's a couple attackers right behind this bakery double, giving Boss just the ability to waste more time and not really feel too exposed in this position. He's eventually dealt with. That leaves us only 15 seconds left and a lot of info for Ferris State, knowing where they have to set up to deny. Some last-second ram gadgets deployed. There's Matt Mac barging in, getting the plant down, but here's the upset apparently. Oh my goodness, Bob and Key! Walking down the red staircase like he owns the place. He just owned Ferris State with a swift rotate through the defender's kill hole, and Kettering go flawless.
Well, I did say the round pointed all signs towards Ferris State, barring an incredible play or a couple of kills going Kettering's way, and certainly they did. Boss not able to find one inside a bakery, thankfully, to the good shots placed up by Chuck from Kettering. And then after that, it was all Bomb and Key finding 2 huge, crucial picks inside of those last few seconds to boil down. I mean, there's no world where Kettering should be getting away with that round win. Ferris State definitely going to want that one back, but they'll go back to kitchen cooking and hope that they can do it again this time around.
Seems like the roaming smoke is not going to be a coined option here for round number 4. Instead, Freck is on the Legion. Everything looks to be about the same though for Kettering. Still the Twitch, Gridlock, Jackal, Ram, Bonin selection once again by Mac. So I guess the assumption is, again, hoping they can clear out that top floor, get the hatches opened up as well, and then see where the round takes them from there. Maybe another freezer, or maybe a freezer execute this time, unlike we saw last round. And Fair State, once again, looking for some early scrappings, perhaps. We saw that one spawn peak being attended by Moro, I think it was. Some by Bakery for a second time. But no dice yet again for Fair State. They'll still keep us at that 5-on-5 as Kettering actually looked to maybe clear out the Bakery position earlier in this round than we saw last time. Castle Barricade, couple Habana pellets deployed onto that. And no wall being opened up, but the Castle Barricade being gone is still going to be helpful late round regardless.
I think that just comes down to Mac knowing that maybe they're not as important off the real bat for this initial take. Derp finds the opener on the Frag, so instead of going for that roam attempt on Smoke, this time around you bring a much more impactful operator for the roam and Legion and end up losing your life rather early. Those goo mines are no longer going to be able to be distributed around the map or in those late plant positions to potentially thwart your opponents should they go for a late execute just as they did the round prior. Really unfortunate for Fair State to lose out on Freck so early on. It's going to put a lot of extra pressure on to the Fair State defense, as well as all of the control that's now going to be positioned. And you've got to be kidding me. They're moonwalking again, John.
Oof.
Maybe. Are they?
Yep,
yeah.
there it is.
Oh my gosh.
Kettering took control of the opening for this round, and it's closed out, whether they wanted it to or not. That's 4-0 now currently for Kettering, as they're running amok currently on Cafe, and unfortunately, Ferris State's internet is not helping them in the slightest trying to bounce back. We'll hop into a quick little break, and hopefully all 10 players can come back in the lobby, and until then, we'll see you soon.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the NACE Star League broadcast. My name's Clips. Joining alongside me is Fellow for our second match of the night. Unfortunately, just to update everyone, Ferris State is having a lot of Wi-Fi issues on their end. So unfortunately, the map finishes out as a forfeit loss. Kettering University ended up taking the dub. Ferris State, due to a series of unfortunate events, just could not complete out the map. They could not stay within the lobby as we tried to get the match going again. So we'll move over and turn the table over into Cincinnati versus Marietta College.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chuck Yucks got another one in the pocket, another dub for Kentucky, or pardon, Kettering, my mistake. We dealt with Kentucky later in the season for NACE Star League, my mistake. But yeah, like you mentioned, Marietta, a team that unfortunately has not really been able to find their hot streak so far inside of the fall season. They continue to be negative so far in their win-loss department, not winning a single series just yet. And funny enough, they've had two similar teams they faced off here for both Cincinnati and Marietta. And that was Fanshawe, where against Fanshawe versus Cincinnati, that was a pretty close back and forth. That went 2-1, with Cincinnati still winning that game despite having a pretty big choke on Nighthaven, their map pick. But for Marietta, they didn't have any stance against them. They lost 0-2 against Fanshawe. So that could be a pretty big red flag going into this best-of-3 series, Mason.
As we get later into the season, these teams begin to play against other teams, and we can go and break down essentially what we expect those match outcomes to be. Obviously, having seen UC or Cincinnati on broadcast last week against the Fanshawe Fuel, and what was a pretty wild match with a lot of series of unfortunate and fortunate events. But we'll take a look at the rosters between these two teams. The Cincinnati roster you should be familiar with. Obviously, we have broadcasted them quite a few times. You've got Botanic, Chalk, Nitro Pop, and Sosa. And on the other side, for Marietta College debuting their roster, you've got Spoon, Rez, Evangelos. That's going to be a fun one for us to say all night, John. Static, and Boingums? That's not the name that I thought I saw, but it's Boingums? Or Bo Higgums. Bo Higgums. Okay, sometimes the font is a little silly. Bo Higgums is the final player for Marietta College. I apologize deeply. The G's look like 6s with this font, and I am just now realizing a massive blunder for me.
All good. So unfortunately, we cannot make the same mistake twice about Bomb Key, as Bucko, one of the former players of Kettering, reached out to us to correct us on that error. But hey, it's our job to not be making those with names in particular. So glad we got that out before we hop into the actual matchup, which in terms of maps, Nighthaven was one of the first maps actually banned by Marietta. So good on them for doing some research, realizing, oh wow, Cincinnati plays this map quite a lot. We should probably ban it, especially if we don't have a lot of experience on that map in particular. Pretty solid idea. We have Bank as the first initial pick for Cincinnati, but before that, Marietta had the option of selecting their first map, and that was Oregon, which I believe we've also seen Cincinnati Black play on. That was a decider map they had against Fanshawe, and they narrowly won that against their opponents. So all things considered, these are two maps that Cincinnati are very comfortable on, and then moving into decider, that's Chalet, where I think we've also seen Cincinnati play at least once, where they ended up winning that map, if I remember correctly. So all things considered, this is a pretty good standing for them.
Yeah, all hands point towards Cincinnati, at least in this matchup, based off of statistics, based off of standing, and the performances that we have at least been able to personally see on Cincinnati this season so far on NACE. However, you can't ever count the underdogs out. I mean, if you're a football fan, the Jets beat the Eagles, the Browns beat the 49ers. Those were matches that no one thought were going to go in that way. So who knows what we'll see here tonight. Marietta College most definitely have an opportunity to dethrone a favorite here in the NACE Star League of the University of Cincinnati. John, I think that these two teams are just about ready to go at it. I know that Cincinnati last week kept us up on pretty late. Thankfully, we've got a little bit of an earlier start, so we won't have to worry about going too deep and taking up the night time of everyone else here. Thank goodness for that. And even the Cincinnati players are recognizing that on their own. They were going to the chat earlier and saying, yeah, we won't do that to you guys again. We'll make it either quicker or shorter, one of the two.
Yeah, and given the fact we got some downtime, we want to give this moment to take an opportunity and shout out one of our many beautiful sponsors here at the NA Star League. And in this case, one of the ever so delicious ones at that. It's not, Ice Spice Dunkin' drinks. It's Monster Energy with their new zero sugar product. People have been blowing up Monster's inbox for years asking for a zero sugar product. And finally, with a retooled energy blend, new sweetener system, and hundreds of failed flavors, they've managed to get it right this time. With Monster Zero Sugar, it helps fight fatigue, improve mental performance and focus, and motivates you to work, or in this case, play harder than ever. So you feel pretty darn good no matter what you're doing. So that being said, with the help of Zero Sugar and a Monster Buzz, helps you unleash the beast. I mean, we got to keep gassing up Monster. They've been doing countless things to improve their product over the past couple of years, and it's been great. I think there's at least one person in every friend group that I have that drinks Monster, and they've never looked back since.
Are they named Kyle?
Unfortunately, no.
Do you remember that?
Unfortunately, no. He drank Bang, and he was like the definition of a Kyle. He also drank Monster quite a lot. I think whatever he could get his little hands on, he would drink before a track meet. That was the guy who almost got me hooked on a lot of caffeine drinks before that, but unfortunately, that did not last very long for me. Was not a fan.
Yeah, some people, caffeine does great for them. Others, maybe not the greatest choice, or just not the greatest for your body. But I think Monster does a pretty good job of trying to balance that. And
with zero sugar, it helps a lot, actually.
Never
it's
hurts
really
you.
Good.
And
yeah,
I agree. Yeah, the zero sugar definitely helps when it comes to, I guess, being healthier, or obviously if you're trying to watch your weight, stuff like that. It's always great to see zero sugar products. And honestly, sometimes even just the taste of zero sugar products is better and just like more refreshing than other stuff, especially the Monster Zero Sugar. I mean, shoot, that probably helped us stay up a little bit later with that game that went all the way till 2 a.m. On the Eastern Coast.
That was brutal.
Thank goodness for me, it was only 11, but still, that was a very long night. And sometimes up here in the production booth, it gets a little rowdy, and we go really deep into series. Thank goodness, though, should this series go as deep as it possibly could, we'd probably look for about a 10 p.m. Eastern ending time. So Cincinnati taking on Marietta College here on Oregon. Another Maverick ban to start us off.
Really interesting, since we rarely see Maverick played. It might be just to have Cade be a proper counter to there being no EMPs for certain hatches. That could be one that I think of really specifically. That and Addict, but you tend to see more Amaru play when it comes to clearing out that position on the map. Another interesting one, we've got Dokkaebi on the board as well, being removed, but she's one of the more prominent info gatherers in the game currently and can be really annoying if you're a defender roaming across the map. So her being off the board isn't too shocking either, given the context of how good she's been this current season. Interested to see what defender bans we have. Mira is very typical for this map, and yeah, that's going to remain consistent inside of this Oregon playthrough as well, because her Miras are so darn good in the basement, and you can use her in a couple other bomb sites if you really want to. Closing us out, got a drum roll of Warden, which, again, a little interesting, but given the fact he's played so much in general, I don't hate it.
Warden. I like that. I actually like that a lot. However, I'm severely concerned for Marietta with the Warden ban for Cincinnati, because why are they not running a Ying? Cincinnati should run a Ying every attacking round. If you're going to ban Warden, I get it. He's a crutch gun. He's someone that is just annoying to deal with. But if you're going to invest and take the time to ban out a Warden when there's so many other operators that could be banned to help aid you on the attacking side, like Kaid or Fenrir, not Thorn, but Fenrir, Kaid, Azami, Solus, Valkyrie, and you choose Warden, you better abuse the life out of that ban pick. We'll see Osa for the first time tonight. Obviously, it was heavily banned by Ferris State in our previous matchup against Kettering University. So Osa being selected briefly by Chalk, now swapped back over to the Lion. As we see the first attempt on the basement defense, much different, much contrary to what we saw when we were watching the other match, John, where both teams attempted dorms first. Are they opening the meeting hatch?
That's crazy.
They like kind of opened it, but kind of didn't. And then they've got the head holes. It's almost like the strat where you'd see teams open the meeting hatch and go for a heavy roam, but I don't currently see anyone of Marietta inside a meeting. I don't see anyone at all. Okay, there is a heavy meeting roam presence here by Marietta College. So it comes down to Cincinnati now that they realize, oh, our opponents are roaming heavily in meeting. How do we want to deal with this? Do we go direct? Do we avoid all of this pressure and contention? Or do we go for that clear? And I think Cincinnati are electing, so far with their positioning, to go for this clear of meeting.
Bottom pellets deployed, or to get this attic wall open up, making sure no one's playing above on that hatch. O'Higgin's now forced to be a little more wary of this new angle opened up by his opponents. Maybe someone trying to get aggressive as well, right beneath him by the meeting side. Some drones sailing past him as well, just making sure that they might be able to have his cutoff in check by Sosa. Watching right by the top of this armory doorway. Yeah, they've spotted the orcs and now fallen back through the kitchen hatch, granting top floor control now for Cincinnati, but they still have a whole nother floor they've got to deal with where there's still 2 more defenders. That previously mentioned Oryx, who's dropped down by a floor, and also the castle of Static. Even Rez is here to join his teammates as well, but the Finka swings wide right into the unloving arms of Bo Higgins, granting the first opener to the hands of Marietta. But it's quickly traded back by Chalk as he's watching narrowly from the backside of Green Hallway, getting rid of Static. And the over-aggression, well, it's going to cost Bo Higgins. What's he doing swinging that twice in a row? Should have fallen back given the chance that he had, but it's going to cost him an advantage now. Cincinnati take the lead.
Bit of a yikes moment there from Marietta College, losing 2 of your roamers, trying to hold down on that aggressive ground up top. You got Saws grimming a little bit here inside of Pillar and on the meeting hatch. 50 seconds on the clock for Cincinnati to make the rest of their attack work, but Evangelos has 3 gas canisters in pocket. Those could really slow down and force Cincinnati into an ugly choke point of contention if they're popped at the right time. You've also got Spoon, who's made an aggressive flank inside his split. I don't think that drone has spotted him at all. No, it hasn't. The Lion's on the camera. There's no comms from Cincinnati, and a successful retake for Spoon. Still, no Cincinnati have no clue. And Spoon has found 3 kills on the round. An absolute hero play that Marietta College may just get away with. Nitro, she'll finally get the kill there on the Spoon. But still, you drop into the gas canister. You have seconds left on the clock and no diffuser in pocket. You're getting stuffed by the defender util. There's nothing Cincinnati can do. They're going to lose the first round just due to a blunder of a failed flank drone and no air jab to stop the aggression of the Malusi.
Yeah, we might see more Gridlock and Nomad for the rest of this series after what we just saw done by Spoon. That was an incredible play for Marietta to bounce back in round number 1 because, like we mentioned, their roam wasn't bad for the initial pick on the pop, but afterwards having, Static with his back turned and Bo Higgins repeatedly peeking into Cincinnati's LOS that did lose their advantage and the roam presence on the top floor. Cincinnati had a moment to bounce back, but that flank was the essentially the last straw that broke the camel's back of Cincinnati. So now they'll get to go to Kids and Dorms with a win in their back pocket and a pretty similar lineup. One thing to note is we get to see the use of Fenrir finally because he isn't banned for once. We've seen him banned countless times throughout NACE Star League. This is one of the few moments we actually had to see him in play, Mason.
Meister? I like Meister. LMGs go burr. LMGs are fun. However,
oh yes,
I don't know if Meister is the pick here on Blooms, just because kind of, I guess it depends. It depends on the way that you're trying to go for the strategy. Thing is, those Evil Eye bubbles just don't do enough currently in the meta for being on a smaller map like Dorms. You're much better off playing Meister on a map like Bank, where you have to worry or deal with those longer angles, right? Those bulletproof cameras can see super, super deep. And yes, the buff with the bubbles and being able to have your own teammates actually move them and turn them around is awesome. However, one could say that it's still important to make sure that there's other bits of utility that could be maybe more viable or more helpful to Marietta College on their defense. Because you can't rely on those magnificent flank plays every single time that Spoon made. So Cincinnati, they'll try to stop that. You see Nitro, she's got the watchful eye inside a meeting, seeing a little bit of a rotation made to Kitchen. Bo Higgins currently in just a stare down with the Nomad, but no one's moved as of yet. Otherwise, Cincinnati, they're making slow progress, working the master balcony. Botanic beginning to get these claymores down. You've also got Sosa and Pop working on this attic over clear.
Mute Jammer will stop this wall from being opened up for a little while longer. However, Papa has not only a secondary shotgun, but grenades. So I could imagine playing down below. Even the Bailiff of Sosa could do the same trick, actually. And yeah, we're seeing that happen. Pop will hop from the outside window, work his way down below. And across the map, the breach is a lot more successful by the ace charge, as Botanic will get the main closet wall opened up. The drone sailing past the defender, playing right beside Addict. And funny enough, Sosa's actually playing close by this window, maybe waiting for once the Mute Jammer is destroyed, his teammate can then go off the open breach to force back Evangelos. Yeah, that seems to be the idea. A couple pop shots landed on the Mute. Selma going off on the other wall, and that leads him exposed to the cutoff angle held by Chuck. That's a beautiful start for Cincinnati as they isolate the Addict defender and force him to take a gunfight he's not ready for.
60 seconds left on the clock. Rez, maybe this is where they go big with the Alda. Spoon narrowly catching an attacker walking into the main breach. You can see Chalk has gone all the way aggressive, all the way up to the foosball table. Spoon, you just saw him! Is it a random? Oh my god, no way Spoon wins that! Sosa right there for the refrag, and look at the maestro of Rez going big, finding one kill. Botanic gets the diffuser down. Nitro with great coverage and takes down Static. Botanic can get this diffuser down. Rez, this is where 80 bullets really comes into handy, but not against the Grim of Sosa. Cincinnati win their first attacking round in a stylistic manner.
And again, the teamwork that we saw done by Cincinnati to completely flush out Addict was perfect. Not only that, but Addict in general is one of the most important parts of the map to have as an attacker if you're going for a default plant like that, because Addict can deny so much for an attack, whether if it's someone lurking down that position, they get cut off by someone playing an Addict. If someone tries to hop in the breach, they could get shot by a player swinging the door. If that person has a nitro cell, they can toss it out, and there's the planter almost guaranteed dead no matter where he plants by that foosball area. So with all of Cincinnati really targeting Addict first and foremost, and then allowing the rest of their attack to do the talking, that was the correct move to guarantee they tie us up and not have Marietta essentially steal 2 defensive rounds off the rip. The more attacking rounds Cincinnati can get, the better off they'll be in the long run.
Kitchen dining? Definitely a decision, or a kitchen meeting. Sorry, I meant
Kettering
meeting.
got
Kitchen...
slumped, yeah.
Listen, yes, Kettering. Listen, I'm just used to Kettering being dogs, okay, and going for the kitchen dining bomb site because you gotta have some guts to defend that one. But kitchen meeting, still kind of the same thing. I mean, they kind of play off the same way in a little bit. Sometimes a little different depending on how teams like to go for their attacks. You can see Cincinnati are all focused on a big tower over clear. You've got all 5 members spawning construction. And Sosa making a mad dash towards the garage. Chalk early entry in off of no one on a drone. A little scary from Cincinnati. That could be just a mistake that comes through if you end up making this entry this quick. There is a player at the top of tier 3. You see this, and the drone will also spot it and confirm for Nitro. It's the castle at the top of big tower. This is not a normal angle.
My
Look
God.
at Evangelos from small tower on the Echo, getting that opening pick on a Nitro. Swiftly refragged indirectly. Static goes down by Pop, but Spoon still chilling out up top. Takes a little bit of damage from that entry down below. Still, though, Marietta holding strong on the top of big tower.
That is a ratty angle, allowing this castle to still play above in the top of big tower. Netting a kill, so Marietta technically get the advantage off of that one. And eventually, at this point, Spoon will fall away. Minute 20 burned off the timer. 2 kills collected, both the Thatcher and Nomad, the 2 more supportive ops in this lineup. Yeah, that is a big benefit here for Marietta.
W.
Especially because they only lost the Malusi as well. They still have Evangelos across the map with those Yokais. They've got Evilize as well, so loads of intel to help boost up that Nitro Cell and General Plant Denial. Yeah, this is a great position to be in for the defense, as Cincinnati are looking to bounce back, hopefully getting this split wall opened up. I don't think Rez is aware of that. I don't know, the jammer's still intact, actually, still going off. No problem whatsoever. They just run through split door instead because they missed the EMPs. A dangerous call to make, but one that still works out for Cincinnati. And now they've got the Osa shield for coverage. The Buck just goes around it, though, and dies to Evangelos, who's not getting on their Yokais. It's far too late. The plant still goes down. But both attackers are trapped in the bomb site. This could still be a winnable retake, but there's that talent shield we just talked about. Pop comfortably playing behind it. He'll overextend, losing his life, but Botanic is there on the trade almost immediately. 20 seconds left to go, and Botanic just drops the hatch. I don't think Bo Higgins knows. He might end up psyching himself out, unaware of where this thermite could be, and that's exactly what's happening. He's got no clue. They had zero info as to where this thermite was playing. His buddy misses his opportunity.
No!
He falls away, but no, the pixel. How do you get away with that, Bo Higgins? Botanic just trolled. And Marietta up by 1 after round 3. What did we witness?
There's something about Cincinnati playing on the Nace Starlink broadcast with John and I casting that nothing goes right for these poor guys. I don't know what is happening, John. I mean, somehow Cincinnati bully their way into the site, and then they have an excellent post play. They've got the Osa, but then Pop loses that engagement, and the thermite Botanic made such a good rotation all the way up the main stairs. The mute had no idea where he was at all. And I'll tell you what that round fell down to, John. The failure of Cincinnati to open up that split wall. If they open that split wall, I guarantee you Botanic has the post-plant positioning and the wherewithal to be there and get the round win. Instead, Marietta steal one away from Cincinnati. Both sides with a lot of blunders in that round, but in the end, Marietta just doing a little bit better than Cincinnati, and yeah, that happened. That's another crazy round with Cincinnati. There's something with this team. They're cooking.
I mean, they're a team filled with magic, okay? It's just, the magic is in the air. It's palpable.
They're in the kitchen. They're in the kitchen. And
too many chefs in the kitchen. You know what that leads to?
I mean, they were just defending the kitchen, and they're in the kitchen, and it's yeah. I don't even have words at this point. Words.
Not only that, but
left my vocabulary.
Not only that, but having the Buck just run in that rampantly like that instead of, I don't know, watching flank or something. When you have an Osa shield, it's crazy. A lot of miniature mistakes made by Cincinnati that will cost them another round. That could have probably went their way, but again, Marietta, I mean, capitalizing on that. You have to give credit to that, of course, as well. Having things so close, I really want to know what the second half plays out to. I wonder how effective Marietta are going to be on their attack, and even Cincinnati continue to drop the ball in some of these earlier to late round engagements. We'll see another basement site defended by Marietta, like you mentioned, Mason. And another roam defense by Marietta as well. And it looks like the offense Cincinnati has acknowledged that once more. They try to detect the player who's over by meeting room, rotating on the side of kitchen. Now playing beneath the split doorway. Seemed like there's no fall-off point for Static either, so he's kind of playing here for his life just to waste time. And another engagement happens across the map with Pop. A lot of damage dealt towards him across the ways. As now you've got a minute 20 burned away, and Cincinnati just now ready to take this first engagement.
Chalk looking to walk into the meeting hall here. Will fall into an engagement with the castle. Both players missing their shots. This crucial opening gunfight. But Rez ends up getting the kill on a Pop. The castle is static, not able to control the UMP, but eventually finds the head of their opponent. Chalk goes down. 2 members for Cincinnati hit the floor. A minute 15 seconds left, though, and Marietta College on an excellent roam. Cincinnati just have no idea how to deal with the different utility, and if they had put their players in the right position to open up that split door, start to apply pressure in other directions. I mean, shoot, you have Sosa worrying about that player on big window, and Cincinnati preemptively call a timeout before they've even called this round done and dusted, because they know that they have major issues on their attack, all three players will stack up. Maybe they just try to hit the bomb site quickly as possible. You've got Static, though, to worry about on the hatch. You can see all three Cincinnati players just going to choose to book it down the tarp stairs. And here they are. They may have a chance in this one, but here's where that defender denial comes through. Those gas grenades, the Goyle Vulcan canisters, all begin to light up the storm. And Botanic flashes everyone. I was so excited for something good to happen for Cincinnati, but they are completely locked out of the site.
Botanic's gotta run through that smoke. He has no other option. And yeah, Nitro realizes that as well. She'll try to cover this plant for going down. But there's no more Toxic Babes. Botanic almost stuck the plant, but no, there it is. Coverage from above. Botanic injured. Evangelist there to capitalize. Spoon with one, leaving only Nitro alive. And she can't do anything from inside of blue. Too passive a position. The Habana left with no other options either. Cincinnati, like you mentioned, they've already called that timeout, so hopefully they can bounce back and still win the 2 default rounds to make it a 3-3 half. But depending on if we didn't see that flank, for example, in round number 1, or if we didn't see that 1 versus 1 failing for Cincinnati, this could have been a 3-1 first half already for them. And I think that might be a reason why they're going for the timeout, because they realize that they should not be the one in the back seat of this position.
No, they're just blundering to their own mistakes. I mean, Marietta are playing... I don't want to say it's anything special. It's not like they're doing anything crazy or out of this world that Cincinnati shouldn't be able to deal with. But there's something about the way that Cincinnati are going for their attacks. They're trying to 5-man clear. And unfortunately, if you don't open up enough walls, enough those castle barricades, enough pressure to stop Marietta from cleanly rotating as they have been. I mean, you've got the castle of, I believe it was Rez running in and out of split multiple times. Or was it? It was not Rez. It was someone else that was running the castle. But still, my point stands that there are multiple players of Marietta College freely running around, and that's due to the failure of Cincinnati to open up pressure against their opponents and effectively hold the proper cutoff angles to stop Marietta from doing so and properly droning in your entries to find those kills.
Yeah, Marietta has been going crazy so far on the defense. And Cincinnati, with their inability to adapt, have been caught lacking quite a few times, especially with the reattempt of clearing out that laundry room. Because one person with a Gaunt 6 or any kind of explosive utility breaking that castle barricade, the split player is now screwed because they have to push into the people coming from meeting with a line scan and info to their favor. So with the fact that castle can just swing whenever they want to, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of clearing out the roam like that. You don't want them to be taking advantageous gunfights like that. And not only that, but the Goyle roaming across the map as well, being given isolated 1-for-1s, it's allowing Marietta to get away with quite a lot on their roams, and they will continue to do so unless Cincinnati can properly clear out these extensions, these strongholds that we're seeing across the map. Another extension happening over by the meeting side. Of course, it's not the bomb site this time. We're going back to kids in dorms with a pretty identical composition to what we saw last time this objective was in play. This is the only place we've seen Cincinnati win, and that was with perfect coordination when it came to clearing out attics. So if we cannot see that same coordination, we might see Marietta continue to sweep away this first half.
Cincinnati going for that same clear they were before, where they get Nitro inside a garage, just holding this flank, worrying about this player inside a meeting. You see Bo Higgins has been droned out, but there's really nothing being done about him. And this is an issue that I'm starting to notice with Cincinnati. Why are they droning Bo Higgins and throwing that drone away? You know that he's playing meeting. He played meeting the last time they were there. You put an air jab on meeting, so you don't have to worry about that split flank anymore. Just worry about the player actually swinging it if anyone is standing in the main lobby. And you can just ignore him. That drone that you now send in is one less piece of information, one less piece of util that you have later in the round to aid yourselves. There'd be a perfect flank drone that could hold for Nitro right now that could be used to identify that player coming in through Z. And instead, Cincinnati, they're just going to try to force their way through. Chalk has one more EMP and instead uses that Gone 6 and ends up getting eaten alive by the ADS. Cincinnati just not sure of how they want to go for this attack. Minute and 20 seconds still, plenty of time, but currently they're meeting the buzzsaw from Rez, who finds the pick onto Subs.
Maestro swings up again, but Pop is there to greet him this time. It's a little bit more winnable now for Cincinnati as Pop dropping through the position in Addict. Gets rid of the Echo as well. Evangelos taken care of. That same instance. Another EMP ready to be deployed. Maybe to get rid of the Evil Eye perhaps. The Vulcan can will go off. No, it's to pop away the shield, but there's still plenty of utility put around it. Here's Spoon looking for an opportunity, but can't seize upon it. There's Nitro. She'll pick up a pretty important kill in this round and cleans it up as well with another. Pop, still prone and Attic, will also get rid of Spoon as he will recontest the same angle. And that double open wall position is just not good, giving yourself no natural cover and allowing Cincinnati to walk all over you once they get that control. That was a really interesting round, and hopefully Marietta will, just opt to go meeting because Kids has not been successful for them.
I cannot believe Cincinnati got away with that round. They were stalling, they were struggling, they were making some small mistakes, but unfortunately, Marietta, their defense just relies so heavily on either a massive play out of a site player because you only have 3 people on site. You had 2 people down below, not really doing much. And if Cincinnati, as they did on that previous attack, just ignore that bottom presence and kill the site players, then the round becomes inevitably so much easier. I mean, a big window rush could go huge for Cincinnati against that attack. It's something that Marietta might want to look back in their strat book and be like, yeah, we give up a lot of ground and we don't have enough bodies to really hold on the site if someone takes quick. So, one, maybe to go back to the drawing board on. It's got the right idea, just maybe not the right execution behind it. Regardless, though, we go to Meeting Kitchen. Marietta, they were successful last time here, although Cincinnati snuck off a plant. Marietta had a solid retake that enabled them to get that crucial round win. If Cincinnati get a dub here, though, their attacking half will definitely be a success. Being at that 3-3 split on Oregon is very solid as an attack.
Funny enough, Marietta have actually in the past won a best-of-3 series 2-0. That was against Kaiser, and those 2 games were ended rather swiftly. It was a 7-3 and 7-2 victory, respectfully. So they have shown moments of pretty dominant strength. Funny enough, inside of the Star League, I must have read the stat lines incorrectly when getting ready for preparation for Marietta versus Cincinnati. So seems like there's a lot less pressure off their shoulders from what I had initially expected, and that's clearly showing because they've been giving up a lot of the map essentially for free, but still winning rounds because they have enough people who are able to anchor and win those 1v1 gunfights, unless it's on Kids and Dorms, of course. That site has not been very advantageous when playing a more bunker-focused composition. Marietta this time, as it is required when defending either meeting or dining, they will have some sort of extension up above, and Cincinnati look to confront that as quickly as humanly possible. But Marietta playing more passive behind this natural cover. They'll wait for some drones to sail in, ruin that economy for a little while, and then maybe try to take a 2-on-1 gunfight as someone is already inside. That is Chalk, who is he's walking around just like he owns the place. This is craziness.
And the biggest issue is that Static has reinforced a complete fort inside of games, and that allows for Static to go for that swing. However, there's no angle that can be recontested, but somehow Static gets that engagement win onto Chalk as well. You can actually shoot through the bottom of that bunk if you want and can find the angle to get that kill. Sosa does end up falling for Cincinnati. That was an opening pick found by Static. Chalk obviously on the ground. Spoon was felled by Nitro, so a good take up the white stairs by the Nomad. These are a lot of really interesting positions for Cincinnati to be in, and that Marietta are enabling them to be in. But look at Nitro find 3 on the round! Huge play out of Cincinnati's Nomad. Rez and Evangelos, the 2 hard anchors, last alive. You've got that, that 81 bullets sure does go burr.
Wow.
Unless you're facing against Nitro, who's on for a 4K and potentially prompting an ace. 30 seconds left, and you can tell that she can hear the Maestro kicking off. As long as Cincinnati don't do some major trolleage, Nitro will find the ace! What a round by the Nomad from Cincinnati! We're at a 3-3 split, though, John.
And it's still worrying that the teamwork that was established by Cincinnati was not really there. We saw a majority of their attackers kind of walking in blindly, Marietta playing off of that. And if it weren't for Nitro being in the right position to then deal with this roam above, that could have been a completely different story, especially if you saw Marietta playing a lot, further back, closer to the chest with that man advantage. Again, phenomenal job by Nitro, but the way that we managed to get to this 3-3 half is incredibly concerning, especially if Marietta have a good tempo when it comes to their attacking half. We could see this map be a win for them. And again, this is, I believe, this is Marietta's map pick, so obviously that explains the amount of comfort they've been having so far in this map. So having the operators they do, this doesn't scream to me like they want to be a slow style attack. They want to get some vertical, perhaps, now having Bo Higgums on the buck. They've got soft breach for the shield destruction, maybe some nades if they want to get rid of the Yana, perhaps, and sacrifice some of that info since they already have Evangelos, and plenty of burn. I mean, they've got a Nomad and a Lion. You can run 2 sets of stuns with that, or pocket EMPs to help the buck across the map if you want to get Addict open up. A lot of possibilities here for Marietta. And Cincinnati probably not going to be roaming all too much except pop down below, but that's primarily for the security side of the map. Maybe something in kitchen. There's another defender to assist him. So there are a lot of possibilities where Marietta could get a solid amount of out control for free.
They could. They could. Dorms is the site. See Cincinnati with a solid lower defense. You've got Pop propped up inside of security. And the way that Marietta are going right now is for this attack. Static is looking to peek in towards Z. You can see that security barricade placed nicely. Static is just looking for any sort of mistake, any sort of push to be made here by the Cincinnati roam. Evangelos droning out kitchen, noticing that one of those security walls is soft. But 2 minutes left on the board. And Marietta, they're making slow progress. You've got to watch out for the hatch, though. You can't just walk through that door not that easily.
Marietta realizing the danger of that vertical coverage via Sosa on the Jaeger. So they're going to try to drone ahead before they really need to challenge it. And even at backup by Spoon. Well done. Not trying to get a little overconfident there is going to grant them a very solid opener and the ability to get vertical down so no one can play kids. That's very effective for a big window hopping because you only have to worry about back bunk. And Spoon clears it while being flat. This is crazy by Spoon. What heroics done by the Yana. All he's going to do now is just wait for his teammates, and he's going to reset by just gathering info. He's playing this correctly. I mean, I really can't fault the guy whatsoever. He's got more info. There's another player in kids. His teammates can clear him out with a flash grenade, or he just overextends against the kill holes, and that works too. And pops off site. I mean, this is a really awkward spot for Botanic to be because he's got no help, essentially, and there's vertical being done underneath him.
Yeah, Botanic is fighting their demons right now. Marietta extend their opening pick advantage 6-1.
Oh my god.
And that is just detrimental to Cincinnati. A great smoke grenade, though, by Botanic, hopefully aiding their teammates to get back to the bomb site and get some supportive help. Pop with a nitro cell. It goes, and it misses its target. Chalk and Pop are really going to have to step up if they want a chance at winning this round. It's the player right there inside of Attic, and Pop just dashes by. Rez hops in, but they fall. Now we're in a 3-on-3. Spoon has hopped in the big window, though. It is on for a 3K of their own. Static finds Chalk, and now Spoon begins to get the diffuser down. The coverage has to be good from the top of White, but it's not there. The shotgun swing could go huge. Botanic is up for 2, but on just a sliver of HP. They don't know where the buck is. They're coming up the White stairs. Botanic misses the shots, but pulls out the shotgun, not in time. Bo Higgums gets the round win. Marietta College take the lead on their first attacking round.
And I gotta commend Marietta, again, not overcomplicating things. Once they had enough bodies to execute, they just played for trades. They already had a substantial man advantage from Spoon doing a good job by big window. They had sufficient vertical to force back kids for a long time. The only thing I had a major issue with was Bo Higgums like playing a little aggressively, in my opinion, because you still have that skeleton key with soft flooring. You could play vertical down below if you don't want to risk it against the smoke, but the call was probably given. Botanic is low on HP. It's a 1v1. Wasn't a bad play, and he won the gunfight. So in retrospect, Marietta did nothing wrong. They had 2 solid opening kills, a bunch of map control, And they also waited not only for there to be trades before they executed, but also used up all the utility that Cincinnati had. They only had Toxic Babes to stop and execute. And once those went away, I mean, it was open season for Marietta.
I don't even know how Marietta win that round. Both sides. How both sides get even close. The fact that Botanic on a sliver of HP is given 2 1v1s. One effectively was the planter getting off. That was Spoon getting off the plant, so they didn't really have much that they could do. But the first one, the Ash, losing that was a little tragic. I also thought that the Buck could have just played vertical for the post-plant denial there, but that works.
I'm glad we're on the same wavelength there.
Walking up there. we're on a lot of different wavelengths tonight. John, you and I seem to be on the same wavelength, but very different to these teams.
Maybe some different frequencies. You got to go onto like AM or FM. It's one or the other.
I think my forehead and the
yeah, it's blocking some satellites or something.
I think my forehead was what was messing with Ferris State's internet earlier, and that's when they got maintenance.
Pop in chat. I love you. That's funny.
I was directing all the signal over there. What is happening? We're all losing our minds now. As we descended to the madness of round number 8, Evangelos on the Habana is the first body to be walking forward. You've got Nitro, Sozu.
Sosa. Interesting. I thought it was like Sosa. That's what Botanic said. But all right, you know, pop with the assist. Big ups.
Sosa.
Still got a game to play though. We got to focus up here.
Yeah, we're dialed. We're locked. Thank you, Sozu for telling us. Oh, now it's gonna be like in my head. Oh no.
Hey,
this is a tragedy. This whole round is in shambles already, and we've got a minute and a half still. And no one's dead.
Not yet, at least. Here's Marietta going in for a laundry and freezer attack. As I say, that blind fire by Bo Higgins almost netted him a kill by the player in closet, but there's a hard wall blocking those bullets. Toxic Babe deployed. Another early use of that utility, trying to force back the Zofia, but that just leaves less options for Cincinnati once that post plant is potentially attempted. But there's Pop. He's able to get a nice connection onto Evangelos, so no more hard breach available in this round. Impact masking the sound against the Zofia, but no damage dealt, so not a big concern. It seems like Bo Higgins is completely isolated. Are they going to do a hatch drop, Mason? Look at the other 3 attackers alive by Marietta. Oh no, it's a full walk down laundry stairs against 2 Toxic Babes in a Nitro Cell. This is... I don't know if this is going to work, Mason.
My prediction is no, this will not work. Let's get a quick Twitch mod prediction in the chat.
Chat, will this work?
See if this is gonna work.
I do not think
chat,
so.
This is not going to work. Not with the gas grenades, not with the fire denial. There's nothing you can do. Marietta had all the opportunity to open the hatch, but wait, there's a Kate on the claw and a Kate on the board. You have no EMPs, and your Habana's dead. So effectively, Marietta just have to try to walk in. Static barely misses the headshot, and Soza will end up finding that pick. It's a dash from Rez into the site, denying the flawless round, but to find 4 kills in 4 seconds, it's not going to happen. Nitro with the close, and Cincinnati tie us up at 4 apiece.
This is one of the more challenging bomb sites in the pool of Oregon, to give some credit there. But again, we've talked a lot about right tools for the job. If there's no Maverick on the board, but Cade is available, you have to expect there's going to be some sort of hatch denial in play. And with that not being taken into effect, that's an entire half of the map no longer available to Marietta. Not only that, but having their Habana dead by one of the more important operators in that round, she can no longer open up that closet wall. So someone can sit closet, another by the rotate. And even Freezer was not in the full grasp of Marietta. They've had so many angles to worry about in that 3 versus 4, I think it was at one point, where they're all funneling into the same double door, being dealt with crossfires alike. Yeah, it was just a round simply not meant to be. We'll head back to kids and dorms for Cincinnati, as Marietta had a pretty solid attacking prowess when it came to this site. They had vertical coverage across all of kids. Spoon found 2 pretty impactful frags by the big window. I think even a 3rd at one point as well, might I add, too. So that entire side of the map was well accounted for. But now Cincinnati, I believe they've got more utility bolstered up on that side of the map. So if they use that utility wisely while also extending down below, it could be much more challenging to have the same streak win twice for Marietta.
We go to dorms. Hopefully Cincinnati have adjusted their defense. Look at Nitro, by the way. She is 13-2, John.
Yeah,
13-2.
It wasn't just a nomad hot streak. Still popping off in the second half.
Yeah. That's pretty nuts. It's also pretty crazy to be at that stat line 8 rounds in and the score line being 4-4. Which would mean Nitro was alive for at least 2 of the losses for Cincinnati. Which more than likely proves to either one of 2 things. Nitro was baiting, but to be fair, on flank watch, you kind of do that because you're usually watching the flank. Or Cincinnati's attacks were really slow. And that was one thing that I felt, is that Cincinnati's attacks were really, really crippling slow at times. So I don't think there's much blame to put on Nitro, especially after a huge ace that gave Cincinnati a pathway back into this game. Spoon looking to get these kills yet again locked down on the big window. You can see a couple pre-fires coming left and right, but Cincinnati doing a much better job of just staying away from that terrifying position. And Souza, oh my gosh, I'm going to get it, I promise. Souza gets the opener on to Bo Higgins.
Well, like you mentioned, he got rid of Bo Higgins. The roam not expected, shockingly enough, so that was one of the adjustments needed. And better big window presence. Spoon, one of the make or break factors of this last kid's attack, is now gone. Currently, Evangelist trying to hunt down some more roamers, but they've already given up that middle floor. They're looking to play down below. Maybe Tozu can go back above. Try to find some impact across the armory side of the map, as Marietta are trying to get up to White Stairs as quickly as they can, and a timeout being proctored as well for next round to think things through better, as this could be the potential for Cincinnati to retake the lead after being down in a deficit for quite some time, it feels.
40 seconds left on the clock here. Marietta trying to find some way to burst their way into the site. But look at this crossfire that's been established. Those gas grenades are going to stop anyone from walking in through the top of White. Evangelo's team kills static. Rez is hopped in the big window, though. Hold on a second. This might be the little opening and gap that is needed Cincinnati, or for Marietta rather, to find their entry in, and they somehow pull it back. A 5 versus 3, now completely left up to a 2-on-2. The coverage has to be there from Evangelos, who's blocked out of the bomb site from a fire, but now it's back. Nitro with a huge swing. The cojones on her are insane. The drone at the top of White, though, could be so good for Rez, who's on just 1 HP, and they pull out the flashbang. No, John, no. Nitro on for 15 kills through 9 rounds of gameplay. My goodness.
Never in my time casting have I seen someone on a supporting role frag out as much as Nitro has. I think the only other time I've ever seen this is potentially watching Goga play back in the old G2 days, because back then when Echo was like ACOG and super beefy, and Thermite being incredibly in the meta at the time, I mean, he was unstoppable. Quite literally a world champion back-to-back. Marietta, of course, probably under that mindset already, though, of that round was meant to be in the dumps. So although they made it close and almost got a win out of it, they will still take that time out, look to think things through, realizing it's going to be a tertiary site pick. So although there's a bit of unknown going into that round in particular, they can at least strategize as to what to do better as a team. And a big thing I'd have to probably say is just active information. A lot of rounds, Marietta just don't know someone's hiding in a corner or getting ready to swing them. And that costs them a very able body that could have been used in the late round. Imagine if we had one more player alive in that 2 versus 2 situation, Mason, but favoring Marietta. That's more coverage to make sure Nitro can't swing and kill both attackers in that round during the post plan. So having more precautions going into the early round is going to benefit the entire action phase for Marietta, even if it makes them seem like they're being a slower team.
I needed a moment to recover, so thank you for talking through
that's my
through
job.
that round. You're,
my job
you're a
to
great
talk.
talker.
Yep.
You are a great conversator and talker. Let me tell you, you are wonderful. It's so much fun casting with you. You and I, like, I think this is our first time like having an actual duo gig to like vibe with and stuff. We casted, you know, here and there and stuff like that, but this is like good vibes. And us losing our minds usually.
The Parabellum SCS game, that will go down in infamy as one of the most confusing games I've ever covered.
Did we cover that together?
Yeah, I don't remember who their opponents were though. It might have been Luminosity.
No.
Yeah, but it wasn't technically LG, but it was like that roster.
No, because Luminosity existed in SCS.
Well, then I'm not going to ramble about an event that happened like 6 months ago.
Yeah, I know. Oh no,
so...
it's almost a year ago. It's almost a year ago, which is crazy.
That is
time flies. Yeah. I love you, John. You're great.
Thanks, man.
Say it back.
You're a great duo.
There we go. I was gonna say, say it back, please. If there's one little victory I need tonight. Yeah. Oh, seriously. Well, Meeting Hall Kitchen is the bomb site, and Bohigums is on the glass, working a very swift entry inside of Small Tower, and now is already up to inside of dining. Bohigums could easily just smoke the door and potentially walk into the bomb site, but you have to watch out for the hatch above and any of that information that has been alluded to by Cincinnati. You don't often see the entry glass being played, but you can tell that Marietta has a lot of faith in Mr. Bohigums, who does have a couple of 1vx's in this series thus far. So I guess it's not a bad person to piggyback off of.
Both Rez and Bohigums tagged pretty high up. They are incredibly low in HP. And Marietta are really trying to force this confrontation on the player who's above on that hatch. So far, though, has not been successful. Oh, look at this! It's a smoke brigade, but a Vulcan pack detonates. It doesn't get the thermite off the plant, though, and there's a Capital bolt to force back the Goyo. Botanics pops up a C4, and then almost grants a double kill. Rez has only been injured, but that still prolongs the plant, and now pops above on the hatch! The direct smoke rush did not work whatsoever, and Marietta are forced in a 1 versus 5. This looks to be map point here for Cincinnati if they can hold on to this advantage they've gained in the first 2 minutes of play. Static, although he's got full HP and a couple of pieces of utility left in that lifeline and 2 drones, it looks to be like Cincinnati are looking to secure this one as they've got every position on lockdown.
Mine. John, I want to say this. There are a million ways to take this bomb site. And, if you are to go for that Small Tower take, you have to absolutely, positively have some sort of control of that hatch. And although Marietta nearly got away with a Cincinnati blunder, they just didn't. And it ended up biting back on them because the second time around for the plant attempt, someone retook the hatch. That was Pop, who ends up denying the plant again. And yeah, you could try to work the smoke plant. It just didn't work out. I just didn't love that attack from Marietta. I would have loved to have seen a more methodical clear of the top floor, work out some of the utility up there. Unfortunately, the strategy of let's throw 8 smoke grenades and try to walk through a plant just isn't the best when nitro cells are on the board and available and played by Cincinnati.
And now we go back to Laundry, where if we didn't have a flawless round win just then by Cincinnati, this would have been the most defender-favored bomb site for them to pick because they almost won that flawlessly. Because of the Kaden there being no EMPs, they denied the E-box drop. No one went backstairs to lurk. No one was blue bunker, which we might see a polar opposite take this time since there's a blitz in play. We saw only one guy freezer and they died. So that left just one area they had to focus on. If Marietta do not diversify their attack once again, then we could see a very similar outcome to this Laundry site as we did just a few rounds ago, and that would grant Cincinnati a map win on their opponent's pick. That would be absolutely massive. Although, like I mentioned, Mason, they've got the blitz, could expect a rush. But what operators are going to enable them to help rush besides the Flores and maybe a Lion? After that, it just kind of, it's all up to Rez playing on that blitz. And are they even going for a main rush? No, they are not even a blue bunk rush. They're rushing down main. This is interesting. I think we're seeing why they banned Warden, because look at the amount of smokes.
Woo! Yeah. Sosa, run! Run,
He
Sosa! He is running the heck away. Oh my god.
The jig is up, so they know now.
when you hear 5 attackers just thunk, 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 thunk in lobby, you get the heck out of there. You can already see premature Goyo packs for this rush. Rez throws 2 smokes, and they're both caught up by Wamidas. Rez has ran through, but you have to be careful. There's so many angles you have to check.
Oh my
they just
God.
get blasted by Sosu. How did they even get the headshot there? And now Marietta's attack completely goes to waste. The Nitro cells. Static still is barely even in the building. Spoon at least finds one for the greater good at Marietta. But you might as well call this round done and dusted, John. 1:45 seconds on the clock. Most of Marietta is already dead and on the floor, if not soon to fall, because Static is looking to take these engagements. Pop, though, does fall to Spoon. A swift refrag by Sosu, though. And Cincinnati are looking to close map 3, or map number 1 of this series in fashion. Oh my goodness.
It's Jover. Static and Freezer.
You think?
Hoping for the best. I know this is Jover. I don't want to discredit Static here, but this is a very challenging position to get yourself out of, especially giving away your position. I think, to be fair, though, Cincinnati already knew there was a guy Freezer at this point. A Toxic Babe deployed, so Static can't really get as aggressive as he wants against this player Closet. Just buying more time for the defense at this point. Nade being cooked, with the audible cube being detected. That's the defenders to fall back away. FMG9 kicking a bit too much for Static. Can't kill the player Closet, and he needed that to continue forward. It's Cincinnati. They had a really awkward start against Marietta, don't get me wrong, but they bounced back in the second half and look to a whole new scenic area of Bank, which is what they were anticipating in this best-of-3 series. So, Mason, unless we see another collegiate special tonight, this could be the beginning of the end.
I don't even know what to say, John. That whole last half of Oregon was some other map. I've never seen that type of Oregon played, but sometimes collegiate, it just has their way of bringing out the best in all of us. And new strategies and new philosophies. So we'll turn over to a break, and we'll return with map number 2 of Bank in just a few.
Marietta off to a great start on Oregon. Unfortunately, some of their pocket strats they had for this map specifically did not work out as they intended against Cincinnati's stalwart defense, causing us to a 7-4 victory, going the way of Cincinnati. They now look at the map of Bank, which was their selection during this best of 3. Mason, overall, there were a lot of positives to talk about between both Cincinnati and Marietta, like their early start to that 3-1 split, like we said, from Marietta, and Nitro in particular being a godsend for Cincinnati when they needed someone to pop off in the frag department, but also a lot of issues that we saw continuously during this first map too.
It felt like Marietta in the end there gave up on their attacks a little bit, and I just don't know if there's going to be a way for them to come back. You go to a map like Bank that is twice or 3 times as large as Oregon, and you have less time to clear more map. I don't know if Marietta is going to be prepared or have enough rushes to be called to go for direct site hits, especially with the way that Cincinnati sets up the site with a bunch of Goyle Vulcan canisters, smoke grenades. There's a lot being brought by Cincinnati to stop those fast takes. Clearly, they've done their homework against Marietta, so they kind of know what to expect against their opponents.
And again, looking at just the general aspects of the attacking style of play by Marietta, there was only really one plan they had where it was a fully developed clear, and that was for their big window plant, where they actually went for a small tower overtake, got some vertical control, but even then, that was eventually countered by someone just swinging the green door. So it builds down to a lot of expectation for your opponents to not be prepared for these sort of takes. And like you mentioned, with Cincinnati clearly having a little bit of homework done before going into this matchup, these pocket strats aren't necessarily working the way as intended for Marietta. So going into some potential, uncomfortable territory of Bank, which is, a complete contrast to Oregon, I'm not too sure if we'll see map 3. But again, Cincinnati also had a lot of mistakes on their attack. They've had a really tough time closing out rounds, clearing power positions as well. So there's a lot on the table that Marietta can also play off of. So they're not completely out of the fight just yet. But now that it's not their map pick, there's expectations that it's going to be a little more rocky for them to get put in the right direction.
Well, Bank will have to hold off for just a moment. I'd like to talk to you guys about one really cool thing that Nace Star League is doing in partnership with Ubisoft. They're debuting a video series later this fall featuring select schools that are actively involved in the Rainbow Six Siege community. If your school has a strong competitive program or a vibrant community, we want to make sure that we hear from you. Make sure that you apply at playfly.com/rainbow-6, that link down below on the bottom of your Siege. I know my school has a pretty vibrant community, John. I am a resident student of the Grand Canyon University, and I will say that we are doing a Frozen watch party tonight. That's pretty cool, all but to say. I don't know of many Rainbow Six Siege communities for schools that are doing Frozen watch parties.
I know mine isn't, because I'm not in a school currently, but
Bum.
I will be next year. So maybe I can, I can get my community college. Yeah, you gotta go to school to become a teacher one way or another. So maybe I'll convince the boys to do that. What is that?
Wait, you teaching? That's terrifying.
Yeah, you thought my color was bad. High school.
High school. Okay, I was gonna say if you were teaching like kindergartners or like first or second graders, it'd be terrifying.
I gotta teach them all the
them.
defaults. I have to show them all the defaults on Oregon, so they don't make the same mistakes that Cincinnati and Marietta did today.
You're so smart. Oh, that's a great idea. Start a Siege program at a school.
Favorite attacker and defender. That's
right now.
Attacker Pinker, she's always been one of my favorite attackers. Period. Always really fun, especially what Nade busted. And yeah, So Za. I tried saying it earlier, and then you went back to Sozu, but hey, we're getting corrected, so.
Wait, did I?
Thanks, Cincinnati. Yeah, it's all good. Soza, not Sosu. That's why I mix it up with Sosa, because there you go.
It is.
Favorite attacker, though? Probably not a Yana anymore. I got a Amaru. I love playing Amaru in like unranked or something and just bar hooking everywhere. It's so funny.
I mean,
So,
I'm shocked you're not a Grim enjoyer, John.
oh no, I already said Finka, but yeah, Finka then Amaru, and then Defender. Doc used to be one of my favorites, but now probably Goyo. Goyo's really, really good on those sites. If you need like an anchor with a good gun, he's great.
Yeah, Goyo's pretty solid. I would say I like Legion a pretty fair amount.
Nice.
Like I think Legion's really solid. Like the super shorty impacts 9 goo mines with that little area of effect now, and if you put those goos in like the right spots, especially for late round post plays, if you're expecting another team to go for executes, you can really, really catch them off guard by having a goo mine there at the last moment, and then they can't play at the bomb. Pretty funny. Happened once or twice before. And also killing people with goo mines is just funny.
Yeah.
Or the super shorty if you want to stand in front of a window. There's a lot of cool things with Legion. Attacker? I'd say my personal favorite attacker is Buck. Like, I've always been a Buck enjoyer, like, even since, like, when I was playing on console, which is, like, 5 years ago now. I would say Buck is, like, by far one of my favorite attackers that exists, so.
I never could play vertical on console. That was the most frustrating thing on this planet.
The go at vertical on console because back in those days, that was when everyone on console, no one knew how to play vertical. So yeah, I was just like, I was just ruining everyone. Yeah, I was just ruining people's days and nights with with the vertical play. But yeah. Anyway. Cincinnati working their attack. 60 seconds already burnt off the clock by Marietta, but check out Chalk, who's now got main lobby control. It's a pretty heavy lobby or insight roam for Marietta. You've got a lot of bodies inside of tellers in open area. Spoon is actually dancing around Chalk currently, as Chalk has positioned themselves on the inner half of the teller's banana desk. But Spoon is on the outer half, and they are going to walk right past each other, and they have no clue.
My goodness.
And a poor drone from Cincinnati, continuing to loom over from Oregon, ends up being the punishing first opening pick, as Spoon finds a second on the round.
Yeah, cue the sneaky snitch for Spoon as he is just hiding inside of tellers. Yana and Lion eliminated. And still plenty of a roam presence to be dealt with by the attack of Cincinnati. Nice flick onto static, so you've got open area control. But Spoon, of course, some of the walls are left soft by admin. You could maybe cross over, but there is someone watching near Marble, so he's got to watch out for that. There's Bo Higgins, though, with the coverage. Pop taken care of as well. Maybe just Souza and Botanic here in this 2 versus 4. Still a player by bottom Marble, being given information as to where Spoon has moved to. And although he can't get around this castle barricade, still being alive just to waste time when there's only 40 seconds left is still pretty darn valuable. Bit of a spray transition between Botanic and Bo Higgins, funny enough. Eventually that'll favor the Thatcher in that confrontation, leaving us now to 2 versus 3. But again, there isn't a lot of time to get into the site and plant that diffuser when all these castle barricades are blocking off Cincinnati's way of transportation. They've got to just Hail Mary it down blue and hope for the best. And there's still 2 defenders down below.
And they've got Tachanka.
Yeah, they've got a Yokai and Tachanka LMG with the Shamika launchers as well. Selma charge going off and EMPs flying out left, right, and center. So the Yokais are disabled. But Sozu cannot get this plant down. There's even Hatch presence behind them. Spoon might whip a couple of shots, but it's still the pressure being established. Sozu gets off the plant, or Souza. Doesn't even try to get that plant down, given the fact there's Hatch presence behind him and a Yokai afoot. He'll die with the diffuser left in no man's land, and that's the round taken by Marietta.
Marietta with 1 wild defense. Very solid, though, one could say. They were all over the map. They had Cincinnati in a blender, and they couldn't deal with Spoon at all that round, even if Spoon may have blundered a little bit there at the very end of the round to collect their final pick. Still, Cincinnati just completely failed at the information game and the time game and the everything else game, and they just couldn't figure out a way to quickly hit the site or to deal with the roamers effectively. Jackal would be really strong. And also, look at Cincinnati. They banned out the Dokkaebi. That helps a ton when you're having information struggles. You bring the Dokkaebi that gives the phone call, that's sound and audio that your individual attackers can work off of to find a little bit more control and maybe rely a little less on a drone.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Looking into CEO, it's another composition that's,
5 seconds left before insertion.
I'd say, focused more on anchoring, but of course having players like Static on the Oryx, it gives the opportunity for the defense to not, put all their eggs in one basket, essentially. It gives them the ability to roam around. You can even go down to the basement floor and utilize those hatches as well, since as Oryx you can jump through them, not only just using your Rima dashes as well to get around the map at a much faster rate. But Cincinnati also don't want to just, sit outside top square and bait the entire round. They actually have Nitro playing down below to maybe look for some of those roamers. And if there's correct info, maybe even get some nade kills as well. It'd be a great kickstart to the round for Cincinnati, since whenever they've been able to get that opening gunfight win, the majority of the time they've been able to continue to have that aggression during the round and win it all together.
Cincinnati currently working Nitro down below with the nades. She might look to find a free pick or two inside of the janitor closet. However, this banks on Cincinnati having good drones and information. So far, Nitro looks at a couple of yellow pings and is just going to guesstimate on where that Maestro is. Unfortunately, Rez is on the other side of that wall. It's just hard enough to make sure that they do not die. Pop ends up taking a little bit of damage. I don't know if that's from an impact or their own attempt of a grenade from below. I believe it was their own grenade. And maybe it was just cooked a little too long or a little shallow. And the other nade misses as well. So effectively, Cincinnati have used up a minute and a half of time, a few grenades, burnt a couple drones in the bomb site, and have not gotten anything for it. And that is just not acceptable for an attacking team if you want to try to win the round. Now you have nothing to deal with the hallway shield, which is going to have multiple ADSs. How do you cross? How do you get to the main wall? There's really not much Cincinnati can do, and they're even down Souza.
Yep, massive bummer not having Souza alive in this final minute. And both nades, both sets of nades just being eaten by the floor. That's a brutal start to your CEO attack. This shield is going to be very comfortable for Spoon to play off of the rest of this round, unless this player, by stock, is able to kill him. But that's still a really tough task for Pop to accomplish with no utility to force back this Jaeger, but it gets off the shield. There's Chalk as well finding a kill of his own. Static shut down. This is now a 4 versus 3, a little more winnable now for Cincinnati. Chalk has been injured though. No second kill for the Lion. Maybe a trade. We've got Pop waiting, and Marietta just needs to stop peeking. Yes! They've got time on their side. Finger boost, like you called it. Still all three in pocket until we saw Nitro get the first one off. But the adrenaline surge just stop it there, because Rez will spray through and eliminate the Finka. But there's a trade by Botanic. This is actually winnable. Evangelos doesn't hit his shots either. Why do you keep peeking? They had a 2-player advantage and no util for the shield. They just had to wait, and they didn't.
Yeah, I wish I could break that one down, John. I'm just not finding the words for that. Trolliage should probably be the best way to describe it, just because Marietta, all they had to do was sit tight. Cincinnati were stuck. They had nothing. They had no util. They had no grenades. They had a couple of Selmas. They were down a player. And somehow, Marietta all swung. And they all peaked. And they lost their ones to Cincinnati. And I don't know how that's the case. I don't get it. There is no world that Cincinnati should get away with that round. There's no world that Marietta should be giving up those kills or those picks. If they just sat tight, they had such an easy path, easy free path to a W there when they go up 2-0 on their map. And instead, John, we find ourselves not quite there. And it makes me sad. And we're tied at 1 apiece. Marietta will re-attempt the top floor here. They've got a very similar site setup, which I think is wise, considering they should have won the last time around. And check out Cincinnati. They've changed up their strategy a little bit. Instead of Nitro being on the Finca with the nades below, now got them on the Ayana with a couple of flashbangs that might be more useful to actually dealing with the stock position. That's exactly the case. Then you've got Pop with the nade as well. Does a lot of damage to Spoon, but does not find the kill, at least as of yet. I'd love to see Cincinnati take a little bit of the ground off of that presence and pressure, and instead, we get nothing.
Yeah, quite literally getting nothing right now.
The broadcast may be dead.
Okay. Well,
No,
you know what,
PC.
guys? You know what, guys? I think it's time we talk about some other things we got going on here at NSL League. You know, we have so many sponsors that help kickstart and I guess are a cornerstone to this broadcast. Might as well take some time to thank them. You've got Extra Life, Duncan, which I praise constantly as a New Englander, Monster Energy that keeps us gamers awake through all hours of the night, and honestly Elixir as well. Big ups to them, and hopefully big ups to our producer. Yeah, I don't even know. I got a producer
Observer.
problem. I don't know.
We
Yeah,
blame
it's
the
probably
Observer.
our observer. Honestly, at this point, I don't know. Hopefully, we get back some connection to let the rest of the game be covered by us here at the NSL League. And until then, we'll take a break and hopefully see you all soon. And we're back. It's as if nothing happened except something did. It was Cincinnati
Nothing
finding a second win on CEO. Yes, something did happen. Their score went up by a point.
Attackers need to locate
So-
Yep.
bombs.
Yep.
Needless to say, hey, Mason, guess what?
Yeah.
You're
What?
manually breathing right now. You're welcome.
I am. Yeah, we're breathing. We're trying to
You
breathe
barely.
right
You're too
now.
busy laughing over there. You're having a rough time there,
Listen,
sport.
there was a short story briefly said during the break, and let me tell you, it was a very great short story. And
Yeah, and to keep it short, we're not gonna have it discussed further. That's one of the
You had
inside
to have been
jokes.
there. That's it. You had to have been there if you wanted this short story, and none of you were there, so none of you get to know.
10 seconds to go.
We'll move on though. CEO attack yet again, won by Cincinnati. It's unfortunate we didn't get to see the breakdown
Attackers are
of that attacking win.
bomb.
But Marietta College we'll go back down to the depths of the basement. And our Cincinnati doing some foolery, some tomfoolery.
Oh,
I
the
see
double
a Blitz
shield. Oh,
and
boy.
a Monty, and I see everyone inside of dirt. You know, Cincinnati struggled to clear out the entirety of site, so they're just gonna run straight through. The diffuser is going down. The Blitz is literally fighting the players in red.
Oh, no!
But he dies. But the Lieutenant got the plant.
Oh, my
30
goodness.
seconds into the round, and the bomb's down.
Wait, Tachanka's
a 5v5 post player. The Tachanka dies.
Oh, my God.
What is happening? John Chalk gets a kill from the red hallway all the way in garage. Absolute tragedy strikes from Marietta College. Nitro with the kill on the Spoon. The Monty is just going to stand there menacingly.
What?
Sozu jumps on the flippin' desk inside of Blue, and Nitro with the kill. Oh, boy.
I can't believe that. And they need a tech pause? They did that with no comms.
I
oh
guarantee
my
you.
God.
I guarantee you someone's headset went flying after that round. I think that half of Marietta's mouse and keyboards just went
might
up
be
in the
right.
air.
Oh my goodness. That's 3 in a row for Cincinnati. Good God.
How the
And
hell
it's
did
funny
Blitz
enough too.
die?
I
The
don't
worst
remember
part was the
I don't remember
Blitz dying.
110% Mason, but if I'm correct, Cincinnati was one of the teams who played on bank when I was casting with Light Rose, and they could not figure out the shield play. Wait, no, you were going to be there, right? Oh no, this must have been the first time we covered Cincinnati, perhaps. But regardless, a lot of shield play on bank we had seen a few weeks ago, and none of it worked. That, yeah, as Botanic said, that was an epic backflip. That was like perfect way to describe that entire round was epic backflip. Chalk hitting the lurk. He gets 2. Sure, the Blitz dies, but I mean, he caused so much chaos. Marietta did not even realize there was a plant going down. They were not aware. They were blissfully ignorant about that fact.
They were terrified of the fact
But
that there was a Blitz
could you
already
have
in
heard
their
that plant
throat.
going down when there's a Blitz running in your face and a guy lurking garage?
Yeah,
no,
when you hear clank,
wouldn't
clank,
have.
clank,
I
clank,
can't
clank,
blame
clank,
them.
clank, clank, clank. There's
Yeah,
no
right?
chance you're hearing that.
One of the loudest ops in the game.
And also 17 smoke grenades hucked into server. You know what's so funny is that was almost like Marietta's attack on kitchen dining on dorms, or on meeting kitchen on dorms.
Yeah.
Except for it worked because it was like off the site, and it was crazy. I can't even describe that. It was like a fever dream that round. I don't even know. I'm so hyped up off the Dunkin' Donuts that round happened. Well, we go to staff, an open area, or kitchen and open area, many of us call it. Cincinnati have not attacked this site just yet. Marietta have not defended this site just yet. You can see Cincinnati are primed to go for a little bit of a top clear. You've got Botanic already working top square, and you've got Pop who's running the Ram. So that definitely signifies a top clear of some sort. Also, I didn't even know that Maestro had observation blockers until I see Rez running them. So that's also crazy.
Oh, clearly you have not seen the Gregor TikTok or YouTube shorts where all he does is rave about the Maestro and Obs blockers. Especially for bakery.
No, I've never seen that for
Biblical. The biblical strategy being cooked up. Unfortunately, Pop's mouse got stuck. Maybe Nitro did as well. Chalk is doing just fine, though, in the kill department. He gets one from this team eventually. As this top floor clear could have gone a lot better for Cincinnati, but it's not the worst case scenario. Looks like Souza is trying to avoid any confrontations for as long as he can until Botanic is here to join him. At that point, maybe they can try to get the square wall opened up. And it looks like for Static, he's just kind of here chilling behind some natural cover, looking to gather info for his team, seeing where these drones are coming from, and if they can be destroyed. The Mute Jammer will catch one by the janitor hallway, and Pop will look, or Botanic, pardon, will look to play off of that info as quickly as possible. Even a yellow ping catching the player by long desk. There's still someone tucked to his close right, so if he's not aware of that, oh, he is. Even backup from the ace as well after a nade's being tossed out. That's the Solus at least gone. Now putting us officially in 3 versus 3, and Botanic is aware there's someone by Marble, but no, he has his nade! You can walk through the track, Stingers. Don't nade the guy. Just try to fight him. Chalk was underneath them too. They could have 1-2 punched the guy and got a trade.
Souza will be able to finish off the confirmed down onto Static. Falls. Chalk has walked up behind Marvel and does successfully take down Bo Higgins. So we're at a 2-on-2. 40 seconds left for the attack of Cincinnati to make their way to the site. Souza has 2 Selmas to open up either one of the hatches that they choose, and it will be the stock hatch into open area. The nice thing is Chalk and Souza are close within proximity to where they will be able to work together here on what is more than likely going to be a hatch drop here from Souza. In theory, you'll see the Ace go for a prone drop and try to just start sticking the plant. That's exactly what you see there, as now Souza's into the site. Vangelos, though, with a big task here to deny any sort of plant down. They have to win their one. It is absolutely crucial here for Chalk to find one of the coverage. And Evangelos finds the pick. Souza with the stick does get it down, but he gets the trade! And Rez can go and get the counter defuse. Marietta will win their second round. Woo! A little close there, John.
But still a win for Marietta nonetheless. Not only that, but also having the Lion try to play off that pixel into the bomb chassis left him exposed to a wide swing via the castle. That's why I call it Peeker's advantage. And the Maestro, although the Evil Eye was destroyed via Gone 6, still a second man up with a very powerful LMG, is at least enough to get that disable down the diffuser, granting a second round win their defensive half. We look to go back to lockers and CCTV, which has been a mixed bag. We saw a Blitz Monty rush into sight for the post plant. That was the win condition we saw for Cincinnati last time. And the time before that was a full clear where Spoon had been misdroned and he kills 2. I was going to say his only 2 kills, but that'd be a lie. He has 4. So apparently I can't count. That's okay. Nothing new changed there.
Counting's overrated. Wait, you're going to be a teacher and you can't count? What are you going to teach?
Thugonomics. How about that? That seems like a pretty sound
As base.
crash course. So history would be the good way to describe it. A course in Thujan history.
I like it. You know what? I'm here for it, John. I
All
would
you
take
need
a
to know is
fusion
the
history
dates.
course from you.
Don't need to count, just know the numbers freehand. But I think for Cincinnati this time, they're not going to go direct, surely, because they don't have a shield anymore. But they will have to clear out the top floor somewhat. And hopefully the line can help bolster that. Maybe even Pop playing all the way above. But maybe I'm wrong. Chalk is already running down Garage. Maybe they do go direct again.
Garage Rush? Garage Rush go crazy? I mean,
Oh,
there's
they're
drones
going to
and
go direct
information.
again.
You've got Nitro working some dirt tunnel. I honestly don't blame Cincinnati for going for the same style of fast direct play. And with how far the Blitz was able to get into the site last time, it is very doable for Cincinnati to catch yet another dub here. My biggest issue is, though, if this is read into early by Marietta, that hatch flank is so deadly to Cincinnati if they're not deep inside of blue. You see Nitro, she's getting spotted by the Yokai drone. It's right above her, I believe. Anyway, inside of the dirt tunnel. And you can see she's a little bit worried about that information. That Gone 6 is going to prevail and begin to get rid of some of that info. However, that's also a tell onto how this take is working. The Tachanka is brave for bouncing those fires into the site. But you can see Marietta should now have an inkling of how this attack from Cincinnati is coming through.
Hydra almost landing 2 different free-fire shots. Pretty insane, given how this could have been a 5v3 in the matter of seconds because of that. Drone by Garage is detecting Rez. He eventually spots it with the 9x. He's looking to challenge, but too many angles to worry about. Chalk just positioned for one spot only. Going to give him the advantage there. Pop watching the flank, gets rid of Spoon, and now we're in that 5 versus 3, essentially. Just a different way as to how that transpired. Static looking to flank above, but no, he misses his shots. Pop will still survive, and there's Nitro covering the plant with such elegance. Post position now for the offensive side. Bo Higgins and Static cannot defend. There was only one person trying to stop the plant, and there's Pop going printer. He misses some shots, but still gets the kill. And now it's Static, middle of square, looking to wonder whether he peeks for kitchen, checks E-box, or tries to open the hatch. It's going to be the castle barricade. It's the final choice he'll look through as a sledgehammer just opens it up in front of his face. And I don't think this is winnable. Look at the timer. All those seconds being wasted. It's flawlessly closed out by the offensive side. And yeah, that's nice one, Pop. Hey, you still got the kill.
I respect it, Pop. Hey, accountability.
Pop has a
about
great
that.
future in commentary when he's done with collegiate.
Pop,
That's
we
all
were
I'm
definitely
saying.
talking about. Listen, Pop, I'm gonna let you in a little bit, okay? I started as a collegiate player, and I ended up making friends with casters because of plays like that, where I was so terrible and like just completely whiffed a whole magazine or did something dumb. One of the most memorable ones for me is when Nova was spectating, and he caught one of my worst whiffs ever with an SMG 12 on Warden.
Uh-oh.
And he still haunts me every single LAN to this day, whether we're at SI or working a LAN and actually running our own. And yeah, it hurts a lot. And forever I'll be living, or forever Nova will live rent-free in my head for doing stuff like that. So, you know what? Maybe this is your path into production, Pop. Maybe this is your way. We'll just bully you into it. That's how it happened for me, honestly. It was just Chief bullying me into production. He was like, I want to cast with the forehead.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb. Attackers
Shocking.
dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their
Imagine my shock.
You seem really shocked right now.
Yeah.
You're not shocked. I mean, you're so shocked that, like, your shock has shock.
This is what we call shell shock. 100%.
Yo.
attackers recovered.
But Cincinnati, they don't seem really too shocked whatsoever. They are in the lead, back on the defense, and they've got all sorts of tools at their disposal. Warden in play for the first time in this second half, or this second map, sorry. Pop on the Solus. We saw Solus being rather potent for Marietta, so returning the favor this time it seems. And a couple other staples for a CEO defense. Hopefully for Spoon's sake, he can get his drone in to deny a lot of that instant utility, like those were my magnets, and maybe even some default cameras ended up favoring the offense rather than defense. But it's just some generic info being gathered by Marietta first and foremost. Noting the castle extension to keep these power spots alive and well, even if there are players on the window repels. With Albana, I mean, if you save some pellets, those barricades could be opened up pretty easily, despite Rez only having 6 left.
Minute 45. Lots of time on the board, but Chalk finds the kill on to Spoon. Not a good start here for Marietta. You don't want to lose your Brava this early on. Hopefully Spoon has been able to attack some of that electronic utility, however, and can at least be able to give some sort of callouts off of that information. Rez is trying to find the angle through the Kanto wall, which has been partially open, but like John said, without any sort of EMP or anything to deduct the mute effect on that wall, there's not much you can really do. I'm not sure what the plan is here for Marietta, considering you only have static inside of top square. And Cincinnati are essentially just sitting tight. They're waiting for Marietta to make their move. And unfortunately, John, there's no move they can make. Marietta are just sitting still, too. They're not even sure how they want to go for this execute with losing Spoon.
Oh, Finka spotted. Such unlucky timing for Evangelos. Nade in hand, can't be gun up to confront that defender. Pop knows as a player top square. But everywhere else, it's people falling on the side of Marietta. And finally as well, it is, yeah, it's just closed out. Shotgun for close quarters, perfect combination for the mute against static. Solus flank not even needed, as Cincinnati 1 round away from match and series point tonight here at the NA-Star League. A couple more rounds on a defense like that, and we might see an interview by Cincinnati for the first time.
Uh-oh. Is that foreshadowing I hear?
No.
Felt like a little bit of foreshadowing. My biggest issue for Marietta is, like, going to a map like Bank, which is so large and takes so much time to clear, is just clearly not their style, right? And there's some maps that work with your style, work with your strategy. Bank I don't think is one of those maps for Marietta. Maybe they've liked it in the past against previous opponents, but the way that Cincinnati like to play their defense, they'll play time, they'll play utility. You saw they stood there for a minute and a half waiting for Marietta to do anything, and they essentially just sent single body after single body after single body at different parts of the Cincinnati defense and couldn't crack it. And that's from a really solid fortress and solid defense overall by Cincinnati, a really well job done. Now, Marietta have to attack basement. Look at Cincinnati, how they've set this up. They've got the sight hatch opened up to make sure that if Marietta try to go for a swift plant, they are shut down rather quickly and swiftly. You've got the Monty, though, for res, and that could be the key play. If you open up the back server wall closer to the dirt tunnel rather than the stairs, you can actually walk in with the Monty and have someone plant just behind you, tucked, safe enough from any view of the hatch, safe enough from any sort of denial. There's no nitros on the board, so this could easily go very well for Marietta if they play their cards right.
Would love to see the yokai used and maybe some impacts tossed soon after, or just having someone gun up to shoot the thermite behind that Monty if we do end up seeing that combination. But with the EMPs, it could be pretty easy to disable those gadgets. But no, I jinxed him! Spoon, I'm so sorry. Nitro above is not having any of those shenanigans. And Marietta already taken off track. As there's somebody above, they've got to hunt down. Nitro going on a hot streak, but they're eventually flattened by the Type 89. Still plenty more positions to hunt down, though, for Marietta. They're a little worried that there still might be some more action above. And unfortunately, once the Nomad will break down that Legion trap, Static walks in front of him, so that's more damage dealt to the Habana, now forcing Nomad to be the main line of attack. Eventually, Static is finished off by that Vector. Plant going down. That Monty coverage you talked about. Where are the Yokais? Botanic's on his camera, but there's no one to stop it! The Warden tries to aggress, but the shield's enough coverage! This is ridiculous. The Yokai's finally deployed. Maybe this can help with the retake, but it's still a tough position nonetheless. Evangelos tagged and eventually taken care of by Souza, as he looks to now make sure the Monty is isolated before he aggresses. If he's got a teammate behind him, they can start disabling that diffuser. Lieutenant gets off of it, giving info. Nomad's down. It's just Rez. 2 versus 1. These two defenders need to combine forces. They can't let Rez get this 1v1 isolation kill, and they'll eventually hunt him down. Not much time left. Botanic has to stick this defuse. A team kill accidentally. More damage dealt, but he's looking at the Jaeger. You've got to fight the Echo. It's too much to handle. Too many chefs cooking in the kitchen. And Cincinnati, the Ninja defuse, it's series point because of it.
Rez just a little tardy, John. Just a little too late on that de-extending of the shield and getting the kill with the pistol. So close. So close for Marietta College. They just can't get anything going for them on the attack, John. There wasn't much there for them on Oregon. There's certainly not much here for them on Bank. And you see here, Cincinnati now pushed over onto match and series points. We talked about how Cincinnati took down Fanshawe last week on broadcast, and Fanshawe did 2-0 Marietta. And it feels a little deja vu-y, and instead of it being Fanshawe with the 2-0, it is now Cincinnati who pride their steps in going up to their series point marker. Marietta, they're not quite out of the barn house yet. They're close. They have a chance to at least come back, but they've got to play the rest of this map flawlessly, and they've got to be better.
Tough spot to be in for Marietta. 4 rounds they need to play flawlessly in order to just secure overtime. And at that point, it's still any team's game. It's just a longer confrontation here on Bank. We've got Tellers and Archives up on the drawing board now for Cincinnati. A real unorthodox decision. But with the plethora of nitro cells and a pulse in play, if Marietta get a bit too comfortable on that top floor, this could be a damaging team composition against Marietta's top to bottom clear. They're even having Pop still potentially roam up above with some of these reinforcements. This is This is a very concerning spot for Marietta to be in, but hopefully that timeout has given a bit of a breathing room for them just to talk things through. And hopefully with that, maybe giving Cincinnati some false hope, they've got this match secured in the bag.
Archives Tellers. Eesh.
Oh my god.
Oh,
there's two!
No! Souza and Nitro, both with opening spawn peaks. That may just do it, folks. I mean, that may just chalk the cards enough. Bohigums falls, Static falls. You lose your main entry of the Yana. You still have Evangelos up on the board. You've got Spoon as well, who could definitely do some damage. Rez has been playing fairly solid as the support player here on Bank. Evangelos, you got to watch out for that ATMs player, my friend. But you can see how scared Marietta seem to be playing now that they're already down 2 men. Look at Cincinnati. They feel so confident they could just swing in front of the square door and find the kills. And they do just that. Chalk finds the head of Spoon, who now rips out the M590. And this may be all she wrote if Chalk finds this kill. Just staring down the barrel of the Finka. And there's the swing and the confirm. Last alive is Rez in a 1 versus 5. They die from the stock windows. A flawless finish to send it off. Cincinnati giving no hope to Marietta to clutch out after the tactical timeout call. And University of Cincinnati will be your victors tonight in a 2-0 fashion.
It was a close call in their opponent's pick of Oregon, where they had to fight tooth and nail with Marietta, but on Bank, seems like Cincinnati reign supreme in the Ohio outbreak. This has been a phenomenal showing by them today to continue their record. I believe that will keep them flawless because we saw them just barely win their last match. And yeah, that will be the case. They beat Fanshawe Fuel, beat UK Blue, even beat the other next all the way at the beginning of this season. So they continue their hot streak so far in the Naystar. We've got to give credit to where credit is due, Mason. They have been just a phenomenal team so far inside of the fall season. They really have not been stopping since they began.
Let's put some props up to Cincinnati for a few well-played series this far through the season. Marietta, fortunately, they got to go back to the drawing board. I think that hopefully they can listen back to the broadcast and get a little bit of good information and some details that they can make here for NACE and for the rest of their season as we continue to go through here in Collegiate. We're near that playoffs time, John, so this is where stuff really starts to become important.
Yeah, and again, just showing that you have a lot to prove here at the beginning of the regular season, then moving into playoffs, it just adds more fuel to the fire at this point. So big ups to Cincinnati, and hopefully for Marietta, they can take this moment to maybe have some more strats develop for Oregon specifically, and also be more comfortable with larger maps, because there's a large majority of them that are very complex. You know, Chalet is a great example. Bank, we just saw. Cafe is a gigantic map. A lot of big maps currently in the comp pool, so being more comfortable with time management is going to go a long way for Marietta in the future. Before we end off our stream, we'd like to once again thank some of our sponsors, Extra Life, Dunkin' Donuts, Monster Energy, and Odyssey Elixir, and to remind all of you that tomorrow at the exact same time the Rainbow Six Siege stream has started today will be Counter-Strike 2 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We hope you all have a great rest of your night and to continue to watch more collegiate action here at the NACE Star League. Have a great night, guys.